All right. All right. Good evening, everyone. Hope everyone is well. We're going to go ahead and get the meeting started officially. Rising to my highest heights, giving all perfect praise to Allah, Father of the universe, extending those high honors to all the great worthies who have come down the line of divine, mainly Jesus, Muhammad, Buddha, and Confucius, and knowing something about these four Hebrew Muslims, we can talk to the entire planet, extending those high honors to the man that we are here to discuss this evening, the only man that I know of to bring us our nationality and birthright and keys to our vast estate. I'm speaking of none other than the illustrious Hebrew prophet, the Honorable Prophet Noble Drew Ali, the founder of this great organization that we are going to talk about this evening. Extending those high honors to the head of our government, because we are taught in this Moorish paradigm that it is one government with two very distinct jurisdictions. I speak of none other than our National Grand Sheikh, Joel Bratton Bay out of Baltimore, Maryland, extending those high honors to the grand body, to our grand body and those brothers and sisters that our National Grand Sheikh works with on a daily basis to move our government onward, upward into the evolutionary process, to all of the sheiks, sheikesses, to all of the deputy sheiks and deputy sheikesses, to all of our friends, to our family, and most importantly, to our children. And to the guests joining us here this evening, Islam, 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 which simply means peace, peace, peace. We cannot have enough peace in a mad, mad world that we find ourselves in today. All right, so we're going to get off into it. So without further ado, we're just going to jump right into it. We're not going to delay. Okay. Now, let's go. Okay, very good. So as you can see, our subject, what is the Moorish Science Temple and what is its purpose? Subject, what is the Moorish Science Temple and what is its purpose? So some of tonight's agenda. So we got subjects and then we're gonna have subjects behind those subjects. So we're gonna cover a lot of information tonight. Like I said, some of us may be familiar with it. Some of us may not be familiar with it. We may be hearing this information for the first time. And sometimes when you hear something for the first or second time and you don't have a foundation for what you are hearing, you may tend to get a little beside yourself. And that's okay. Just sit back and let us reason together. We're going to do our best not to talk above your head tonight. We're going to have a fireside chat without the fire. Okay, fireside chat without the fire. So some of tonight's agenda, we're going to discuss what is the Union. We're going to discuss what is the U period, S period, A period, United States of America. We're going to talk about this thing that we were taught about in public school called the Civil War. We're going to talk about the Organic Act of 1871 and what actually transpired there. We're going to talk about, are you a U.S. citizen? I will be talking to the U.S. citizens here this evening. And we are definitely going to talk about what is the Moorish Science Temple, the Divine and National Movement of North America. We are definitely going to get into what that actually is, how that came into existence, why it came into existence, and what is its purpose today. How does it apply to us in the close of 2021, going into the year of 2022? All right, so sit back, relax, and put your seatbelts on. All right. Question for everybody on the thread. Are you suffering from cognitive dissonance? Cognitive dissonance. Sometimes people hold a core belief that is very strong. When they are presented with evidence that works against that belief, the new evidence cannot be accepted. It would create a feeling that is extremely uncomfortable, called cognitive dissonance. And because it is so important to protect the core belief, they will rationalize, ignore, and even deny anything that doesn't fit in with the core belief. Cognitive dissonance. Some of us may be experiencing this as the night progresses on. You may start to experience cognitive dissonance. Okay, so now, what is all the confusion about? Now, what we are going to address this evening is individuals who have decided to utilize social media platforms to discuss who we are, Moorish Science Temple, Divine and National Movement, Incorporated, number 13. They've decided to kind of tell the world who we are. Now, that's not cool because nobody can describe us better than us. So that's what tonight is all about. We're going to deal with what's real and what is not. And we're not going to do it in an emotional way. We're going to do it in an academic way. We are going to present our case. And I pray a lot of this demonstration is satisfactory to, our National Grand Chief, the Grand Body, our officers and whatnot, and to you in the general public, because a lot of questions are out here. People have confusion. They got questions. They want to know what to do. More importantly, how to do it. And depending on who you talk to, you're going to get a myriad of answers. So without further ado, let's get off into it. Let's just see what it is and what it ain't. Well, the first thing we need to do is we need to deal with this thing called a union, because I've heard people talk about the union, the Europeans talk about the union, a lot of people in this country talk about the union, but they never quite tell you what the union is. They just talk at you. Keep talking about this union. So we're going to get off into what it actually is and what it is not. So the union actually is what you have on your screen right now. I need you to lock in with me. The union is actually on your screen right now. The union was territories. Territories. I need us to wrap our mind around the evolutionary process. No United States at this point, no colonies, no states, just land and territory. Okay, land and territory. And what you are looking at on your screen is you are looking at a lot of tribal affiliations. Tribal affiliations. But in fact, this is the union that you are looking at. So this is how we governed ourselves with the great law of peace. Now, keep in mind, brothers and sisters, that this is prior to the pale-skinned European coming on this land. Prior to, okay? So there is no pale-skinned nations of Europe on the land at this time. And we had an empire, East and West, Eastern Hemisphere, empire, Western Hemisphere, empire. And within an empire are several nation states. Let's get that straight. Okay. So now you are looking at the union, and this union was being governed out of something called the Great Law of Peace. The Great Law of Peace, you see, or the Great Law of Islam. This entire Western Hemisphere, ancient days, was Islamic. Many of us may not have known that. Okay, Islamic. Okay, which means if the entire Western Hemisphere was Islamic, that means that the pale-skinned Europeans brought Christianity to these shores. As a people, we didn't know anything about Christianity or a Christian creed, if you will. We were Islamic. We practiced Islamism. See, the religion of peace. Just wanted to get that. That's the backdrop. Okay, now, this union evolved. It evolved. We had a fully functioning government on this land, fully functioning. See? Matriarchal in its nature, meaning it was being led and ruled by the female, you see. Participatory, all of these little tribes that you see on your screen were participating in this Republican form of government. It was a Republican form of government. So you had a matriarchal, participatory, Republican form of government being on this land thousands of years before the pale-skinned European set his foot on these shores. I need us to wrap our minds around this. This is how what is called the United States of America actually got started. But we're going to deal with that evolutionary process. So now, let's back it up just a little bit. Some of us have been invited here because you may have heard of a man named Prophet Noble Drew Ali. You may have heard that we are Moorish Americans. We are Moroccans born in America. You may have heard something like this. You may have heard of a free national government. You may have heard of a free national constitution, and your curiosity got the best of you. You see, you was like, what is this? I've never heard this. I've never been taught anything like this. Sit back and relax. All right, very good. We're gonna delve into some things. Okay, now, with that being said, so we have a union. A union is formed. The Europeans, pale-skinned Europeans, seeing this union, decided that they wanted to be a part of this union. So they wanted to be a part of it, but the problem that they were having, again, I'm talking about the pale skinned nations of Europe, the problem that they were having, specifically those individuals who were coming out of Great Britain, was that they were still under the authority of Great Britain and the crown. England at that time, Great Britain at that time, was ruled by a king and a queen, and they had a form of government that was a monarchy. To a degree, they still have a monarchy. Okay, now keep in mind, we're going to make two distinctions. Over in the Western Hemisphere, on the west side of the Atlantic, you have a Republican form of government. On the east side of Atlantic, specifically in Great Britain, you have a monarchy. Now, the interesting thing is that the Moors, having an empire east and west, the Moors had treaties with pretty much all of the nation states, okay, pretty much all of them. So now, that being said, they were paying tributes to the Sultan of Morocco. The European, pale-skinned Europeans, were paying tribute to the Sultan of Morocco. I need us to get our minds around this. So if you are paying tribute to the Sultan of Morocco, that means you are not in charge. That means the Moors were in charge. Okay. So now, that being said, let's deal with it. So these pale-skinned Europeans coming out of Europe, okay, wanting to be a part of the Union, which you now see on your screen, wanting to be a part of the Union, they said, well, we are under the authority of the king and queen in Great Britain. So lawfully, they had to associate themselves with the Moors for 2 years. They had to do this lawfully. So now, if you can tell by the verbiage, we have the Articles of Association. Pay attention to the year, 1774, October the 20th, 1774. The Articles of Association. We, His Majesty's most loyal subjects. You see right here, you see how this is starting out? You see how the pale-skinned European is letting you know at the very outset that they are under the crown of Great Britain. We, His Majesty's most loyal subjects, the delegates of the several colonies. See, they hadn't been evolved into states yet. They were colonies of New Hampshire, Massachusetts Bay, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, the 3 lower counties of Newcastle, Kent, and Sussex on Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina, and South Carolina, deputed to represent them in a Continental Congress. Now, this Continental Congress was running every year. So every year there would be a new president, if you will, of the Continental Congress. Okay. Held in the city of Philadelphia on the 5th day of September, 1774. Okay. Now, obviously, if the pale-skinned European is coming over here and they are still under the crown of Great Britain, and you are reading right now the Articles of Association, that means all of the names of these colonies, they didn't name them. Somebody else was running the show here. But anywho, we're not going to try to cram all the information into this presentation tonight, We're just going to put some things on your mind, and then we want you to go back and do the research, you see. So I would suggest that everyone, if you don't have this little book called What Your History Books Fail to Tell You by Hazim Hopkins Bey, pick it up at Amazon.com. Again, What Your History Books Fail to Tell You by Hazim Hopkins Bey. So at the Articles of Association, you see October the 20th, 1774, that the pale-skinned nations of Europe, specifically Great Britain, they are under the crown, and they make reference to a Continental Congress, and the date of this Continental Congress is September the 5th, 1774. Okay, and what they're doing with this article of association is they are putting the king on notice, the king of Great Britain on notice of some dissatisfaction that they're having here in the colonies, if you will. They're putting him on notice. They want redress of grievances. This is what this is really about. And they are also associating themselves with the Moors. Now, on that same day, September the 5th, 1774, the Moors were a divided and defeated nation here in North America. Now, you're not going to get this information in any history book that is taught in the public school system. They're not going to teach you and I anything about us, and they're not going to give you a proper understanding of how what is called the United States became the United States, even though we are going to go there this evening along with some other things. So as you see here in the Articles of Association, September the 5th, 1774, it says in this little book, What Your History Books Fail to Tell You by Hazim Hopkins Bey, on that day, the Moors were a divided and defeated nation here in North America. On that day, the 13 European colonies or nations met in Philadelphia in a building known as Carpenter's Hall. It was a Masonic convention. Masonic is defined as pertaining to or characteristics of Freemasons, okay, or Freemasonry, secret societies with secret password handshakes and secret ceremonies with meanings only known to their members, okay? The meeting or convention was originally called the Odd Fellows Convention. Now, you definitely can Google the Odd Fellows Convention. The popular name of this convention, according to the European history books, became known as the First Continental Congress. And George Washington was elected chairman of the convention. In Masonic terms, he was elected Grand Master. Now, two of the main issues that were being discussed at this First Continental Congress, okay, was number one, how were the 13 colonies going to form a united front against King George III of England? That's number one. And number two, how were the 13 colonies going to justify the institution of perpetual slavery of the Moorish inhabitants and population, whom were renamed by the European nations with the names such as Indians, Negroes, Blacks, Colored, etc. Now, that we really need to pay attention to that, because we are walking around with these names today in 2021. But most of us do not know how we got these names. We were told this is who we are. And this goes in fact, to our European counterparts who are also referring to themselves as white. Brother and sister, let's get one thing clear. White and black are adjectives. Adjectives describe nouns. A noun is a person, place, thing, or idea. So the adjective is not the thing, or the adjective is not a noun. The adjective is describing the noun. So if you say you are a black man, white woman, white man, etc., what is the noun that the adjective is describing? That is what we want to know. What is the noun that the adjective is describing? Hopefully this is making sense. Okay. Now, we're going to revisit this adjective noun association in a couple of minutes. So now, the number one point that was being discussed again at this First Continental Congress that George Washington was the head of was, number one, how is the 13 European colonies going to form a united front against King George III of England? And point number two was, how are the European nations going to perpetuate slavery on the Moorish inhabitants? Point number two, how are the European nations going to perpetuate slavery on the Moorish inhabitants? Now, the 13 colonies agreed to strip the Moors of their nationality and birthright. You may have heard this before. The 13 colonies agreed to strip the Moors of their nationality and birthright, which was an act of European psychology. The European colonists gave the Moorish population the slave marks of Negro, Black, Colored, Ethiopian, etc. Now, you notice how that was written. The European colonists gave the Moorish population the slave marks of Negro, Black, Colored, Ethiopian, etc. And the European colonists defined these slave marks as something inferior to the name white. Now, if Negro, Black, Colored, African American today, if these are slave marks, why would you personally identify with a slave mark? Why would you voluntarily do that? Because the slave mark does not properly identify you as to who you actually are. Because all human beings, hear me well, all human beings, whether they be of the Asiatic nation or whether they be of European nations, all human beings have nationalities. All of them. All of them. So according to international law, each man is recognized and identified by his nationality. Now, I just told you in point number two, the European colonies decided to strip the Moorish inhabitants of their nationality. According to international law, each man is recognized and identified by his nationality. Slave brands, Negro, Black, Colored, Ethiopian, etc., are not recognized. And before I go any further, I know someone may be thinking, well, wait a minute, brother. Ethiopia is an actual nation state. So that has to be a nationality. Well, the problem with that statement is that Ethiopia is not the name of that land. It's not the name of that country. The name of the country is Abyssinia. I'm gonna just let that marinate. See, that's where the problem is. We're gonna deal with that a little later on in our demonstration. So according to international law, each man is recognized and identified by his nationality. Slave brands are not recognized. Each man, and when I say man, I'm talking about woman as well. Each man inherits the land of his forefathers according to his nationality. You see how important a nationality is? This is a man's birthright. Now, if you notice when I opened up this evening, I said Prophet Noble Drew Ali was the only man to bring us our nationality and birthright and keys to our vast estate. This is a man's birthright. This is what is meant by honor thy mother and father, that thy days may be long upon the earth land, which the Lord thy God, Allah, has given thee. Okay. Now, I'm going to drop some and then I'm going to get off of it. Any man can be a citizen of any country as long as he is within the boundaries of the law. That's going to take on different meaning here in just a minute. Okay. So to reiterate, there is no such thing as a Negro, Black, colored man, or Ethiopian. These names were given to the slaves by the slaveholders in 1774. Look at your screen. And were outlawed in 1865. That's going to take on meaning as well. Okay, so once again, now hopefully that made sense. The Moor's nationality was stripped in 1774. At the same time, the Articles of Association are being dealt with at this First Continental Congress. Okay, so now let us move on. Now keep in mind, as we are discussing, we are going to be dealing with the evolutionary process of how the United States of America became the United States of America, and then how the United States became the United States. And brother and sister, I am not confused. So we see here at the end of the Articles of Association that were in 1774, the Moorish president was Peyton Randolph at this First Continental Convention. All right, let's keep it moving. So the Union is perpetual. The Union is perpetual. So now we're going to deal with the evolutionary process of the Union. So the pale-skinned European is now associating themselves with the Moors. They did this for 2 years, and then this evolved into the Declaration. This is a formal Declaration of Independence. Now, we are very familiar with the Declaration of Independence because we get a day off work, we get to do sparklers and cherry bombs and M80s and whatever we do to celebrate this holiday. Many of us do barbecues, we have family gatherings, etc. I get it. Okay. This further evolved. So we go from the Articles of Association, His Majesty's most loyal subjects, to an official declaration of independence. Now, the pale-skinned European is now declaring themselves independent of Britain and the Crown, July the 4th, 1776. So I'll need us to pay attention to the evolutionary process of not only government, but us bringing the pale-skinned European into our Republican form of government under the great law of peace. But I need you to be clear on that. Now, the unanimous Declaration of the 13 United States of America. The unanimous Declaration of the 13 United States of America. And no, that is not a typo. That is actually written grammatically correct. Now, let's check out some of this verbiage. When in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another. Now, notice that we're talking about political bands. You see, political bands, and we are talking about political science here this evening. Okay, some of us may have heard the Moors say, well, black has no standing in law. Well, we're going to deal with that in a minute. Okay. When in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which has connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and of nature's God entitle them. A decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. Now, it is interesting to me that when you bring up to Asiatics, people who are commonly referred to as Black people, when you bring up separation from the Europeans today, when you even raise the suggestion that we should separate because we cannot get along with these people in peace and with justice, this is a problem for many, 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 many Asiatics. They begin to say, well, wait a minute, that's not this country. We're a country of inclusion. Yet, at the very founding of this country, one group of Europeans separated from another group of Europeans, and they went to war to do it, i.e., the Revolutionary War. Interesting. And they happen to be suffering under much milder oppression than what we are currently suffering today, European and Asiatic alike. So we need to understand that. So they are now officially, the pale-skinned European is officially breaking off from Britain, Great Britain, and now establishing themselves on the, or in the Americas, on the eastern seaboard of the Americas, North America to be specific. Okay. They said that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Interesting. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. That whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it and institute a new government, laying the foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. I'm going to stop right there. So a separation is officially taking place between one group of Europeans and another group of Europeans. Now, what is an interesting point in all of this is that the Moors are actually in the majority while this is happening in terms of the formation of government. Now, we have never been taught this. The Moors, people that look like you and I, were actually at the very founding of what is called the United States of America. The Moors are the actual foundation of what is called the United States of America. I need you to lock in with me on that one right there. So what the European, pale-skinned European, what he is doing is he is imitating the Moors in government. Remember, they are coming out from under the crown of Britain. They are not used to a republican form of government. They're not used to one man, one woman, one vote. They're not used to that. They were up under a king and queen. They were under a monarchy form of government. That's how that was. Okay, and now they're being introduced to a republican form of government. Okay, there we go. So now we have the Articles of Association. We have the pale-skinned European associating themselves with the Moors. For 2 years, they're learning government and what is called long houses, which is today called Masonic lodges, where we put them so that they could learn how to govern themselves under our tutelage. This further evolved into the Declaration of Independence in 1776, okay, where they are officially breaking off from the crown officially. That further evolved into the Articles of Confederation. Actually, it's 1778, the Articles of Confederation. Now, look at the evolutionary process. Remember, the Moors are still in the majority. The Moors are still running the show. To all to whom these presents come, shall come. We, the undersigned delegates of the states, notice this, states is capitalized. In the Declaration of Independence, states was capitalized, meaning that when you see a capitalization, that is what we call a proper noun. A proper noun. To all to whom these presents shall come, we, the undersigned delegates of the states, affix to our names, send greeting, Articles of Confederation and perpetual union. Now remember, the union is older than the Constitution. You remember a few minutes ago, I showed you where the Union, what it looked like, what it came out of. Pay attention. The Union is older than the Constitution. So what you are looking at on your screen is an image of the Union. Now, let's get back at it. So now they got these Articles of Confederation and Perpetual Union between the states of New Hampshire, Massachusetts Bay, Rhode Island, and Providence, plantations, Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia. The style of this confederacy shall be the United States of America. Now, for the first time, here we go with the United States of America. Notice how this is written in comparison to how it was written in the Declaration of Independence. Here it is written, the United States of America, in quotes, everything capitalized. But when it was written in the Declaration of Independence, it was written this way. United was lowercase, states was capitalized, and then it said of America. Okay, now why is it written that way? Okay, what is that all about? So let's deal with that right now. So now, when you see this United lowercase like this, okay, and we're gonna deal with this Declaration of Independence. Okay, the original, and pay attention, the original Constitution, that would suggest right there that you might have another one floating around somewhere. But the original Constitution and the Declaration of Independence refer to these United States. The word united is an adjective describing the noun. So you see united is lowercase, the adjective describing the noun, capital S, states. The word united is an adjective describing the noun states, therefore the lowercase united. Now, when the federal United States was formed in 1871, with the Organic Act of 1871, they decided to put a government in the District of Columbia. We're not quite there yet in our demonstration, but I'm dropping a seed so that when I go there, it'll make sense. When the federal United States was formed in 1871, the adjective united was changed to the noun united, because the federal United States is a corporation, which word is not an adjective but a noun. We're going to come back to that in a minute. All right, just remember I said it, I'm dropping the seed. So right now we're dealing with the evolutionary process of the European coming into our house and establishing themselves and learning government. So again, to all to whom these presents shall come, we, the undersigned delegates of the states affixed to our names, send greeting, Articles of Confederation and Perpetual Union. We understand that the Union is older than the Constitution, between the states of New Hampshire, Massachusetts Bay, Rhode Island, and Providence, plantations, Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia. The style, this progression, the step of this confederacy shall be the United States of America. Now, let's not get it twisted. The states are now becoming confederate so that they can now take care of some international business, because they were in fact 13 independent nations. And while I'm on that point, a nation has a flag. A nation has a government seal. A nation has a constitution. A nation has borders. Okay, a nation has citizens. Now, everything that I just said, the state in which you live have the exact same thing. If you are in the state of Arizona, it has borders. If you are in the state of Arizona, it has a constitution. If you live in the state of Florida, it has a flag. And the flag in the state of Florida looks different than the flag in Colorado. Okay, so let's get it straight. Each state has a border. Each state has a flag. Each state has a state constitution that governs the citizens of that state. Hopefully that makes sense. So now, each state, point number 2 in the Articles of Confederation, each state retains its sovereignty. Lock in with that. Each state retains its sovereignty, freedom, and independence, and every power, jurisdiction, and right, which is not by this confederation expressly delegated to the United States in Congress assembled. Okay, understand that. Each state retains its sovereignty. So each state is also severally entered into a firm league of friendship with each other for their common defense and security of their liberties and their mutual and general welfare, binding themselves to assist each other against all force offered to all or attacks made upon them or any of them on account of religion, sovereignty, trade, or any other pretense whatsoever. Now, if that sounds strange to you, this is the same style of government that was actually governing the territories before the pale-skinned European got here. This is a Republican form of government. So hopefully that is making sense. This is where the pale-skinned European got the MO. This is where they got the blueprint on how to set up government, and we helped them to do it. We brought them lawfully into our government. I can't stress that point enough. Okay, so now I just wanted to lay the backdrop. So now, recap. Okay, so we have the Articles of Association in 1774. This further matured into the Declaration of Independence in 1776, and that further evolved and matured into the Articles of Confederation in 1778, and then that further matured into the organic or free national constitution, the United States Constitution, where it talks about in the preamble, we the people of the United States. So we are taught in this Moorish paradigm that we the people were 35 Moorish chieftains and 20 Anglo-Saxons that formed we the people in order to form a more perfect union. Well, you can't have a more perfect union unless you had a union to begin with. Now, remember, I said that the union is actually older than this Constitution that you have on your screen, or the Constitution before it, which would be the Articles of Confederation, or the Constitution before it, which would be the Declaration of Independence, or the Constitution before it, which would be the Articles of Association. So at every stage, the European is evolving more and more and more until we, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution, this Constitution, the one you're looking at, this Constitution for the United States of America. And it is these first 7 articles of the original Constitution that form and gives you the basis of the government of the United States of America. It is these 7 articles, the Moorish foundation, that gives you the basis and the foundation for what is called the United States of America. I need you to wrap your mind around that. That is the Moorish foundation. It is not a European foundation. It is a Moorish foundation written by brothers and sisters that look like you and I. We brought the pale-skinned European into our form of government, into our house, on our land by birthright. We are the permanent inhabitants of this land where the United States is presently situated. Let's keep it moving. All right, very good. So hopefully that made sense. All right, so now what seems to be the problem? Because there is definitely some confusion. So we're not going to delay. We're going to jump right into it. But let us first now go back and let's go after some history. Because we are talking about Prophet Noble Drew Ali. Even if I don't mention his name, I'm still talking about it. So now, this is out of our Constitution and bylaws, Moorish Science Temple, Divine and National Movement, North America Incorporated, number 13, Moorish American National Republic. So there were 7 acts. This is Act 6 of 7. Okay. Prophet Noble Drew Ali is telling us, with us, all members must proclaim their nationality, and we are teaching our people their nationality and their divine creed, that they must know that they are part and parcel of this said government, and know that they are not Negroes, colored folks, Black people, or Ethiopians, because these names were given to the slaves by the slaveholders in 1779 and lasted until 1865 during the time of slavery. But this is a new era of time now, and all men now must proclaim their free national name to be recognized by the government in which they live and the nations of the earth. This is the reason why Allah, the great God of the universe, ordained Noble Drew Ali, the prophet, to redeem his people from their sinful ways. The Moorish Americans are the descendants of the ancient Moabites whom inhabited the northwestern and southwestern shores of Africa. Now, this needs to be unpackaged and explained. Okay, unpackaged and explained. Okay, because along with this, we are going to cover not only Act 6, but we're going to unpackage it and we're going to break it down to where it makes sense to the average brother and sister today in 2021. But we're going to have to get our law dictionaries out. We're going to have to go after some terms lawfully so we know exactly what's being communicated to us. We're going to have to go grab some history books so that we can see exactly how we got to this point from a historical vantage point. We're going to have to do some things. And I promise you, we won't be able to get to everything. So don't get excited like, well, man, brother, you should have said it like this, or you should have did that. Don't get excited with me, because you are not going to learn everything tonight. I promise you. You just need to hear it. Okay. So actually what I'm going to do, I'm going to go after this last tier of law in Act 6, okay, dealing with the Moorish Americans are descendants of the ancient Moabites whom inhabited the northwestern and southwestern shores of Africa. Now, this seems to be a point of contention because we were taught through European psychology that Africa is that continent over there across the water. That's on the other side of the Atlantic. So what is this? The Moorish Americans are descendants of the ancient Moabites whom inhabited the northwestern and southwestern shores of Africa. That's pretty telling if you rightly understand. So first of all, we have to understand how this land, how we got to a name of Africa in the first place. Africa, that continent, is named after a Roman general called Scipio Africanus. Everybody follow me there. And a casual read of history will verify that information, okay? Africa, the continent today, as it is named, was named after a Roman general, Scipio Africanus, okay? That's that. But our illustrious Hebrew prophet tells us that all of this, North, South, Central America, and that continent that is called Africa, all at one time was in fact not only connected, but was also Africa before the great continental drift. So I like to do a little demonstration. So if you hold your hands together and you interlock your thumbs, and both of your hands together with your thumbs interlocked represent one landmass, that is now Africa, just for illustrative purposes. So you put your hands together side by side, you interlock your thumbs like so, and then now that landmass or your hands represent one landmass. Now, if you take your hands and you separate them about 4 inches apart, now this would be, let's say, a series of earthquakes happen on our planet. And now the continents, if you will, are starting to drift apart. And where there was land, there is now water, great bodies of water. Okay. So as the land was breaking up and the water was now filling in where land once was, now what you have on one side of the Atlantic, Africa, is also on the other side of the Atlantic, Africa. So you have Africa on one side, Africa on the other side. You have ancient Moabites on one side, you got ancient Moabites on the other side. Hopefully that's making sense. Okay, very good. Now, and according to Acts 6, our illustrious Hebrew prophet is telling us that the Moorish Americans are the descendants of the ancient Moabites. Whoo, not modern, ancient Moabites. We are not a modern people. We are an ancient people. Hopefully that makes sense. Now, first of all, let's deal with this separation one more time. Where can I find this separation? Let us deal with some reality now. So if you get your Bible out, okay, get your Bible out. I have a King James version handy. We want to deal with this flood and this separation. The flood is actually the continents breaking up, okay? and being formed, and where land was, there are now great bodies of water. So let's get after it. So now if you go to Joshua 24, Joshua 24, and as nice as the Bible is, it is a spiritual book, but it's also a history book. Okay, but they never tell you about history prior to the flood. You see, they give you everything after the flood. They don't talk about these people that occupied lands prior to the flood. Okay, so let's deal with it. Chapter 24. And Joshua gathered all the tribes of Israel to Shechem and called for the elders of Israel, and for their heads, and for their judges, and for their officers. And they presented themselves before God. And Joshua said unto all the people, Thus saith the Lord God of Israel, your fathers dwelt on the other side of the flood in old time. You mean in ancient times? You mean in ancient times, old times, dwelt on the other side of the flood in old times. Okay, even Terah, the father of Abraham, and the father of Nachor, and they served other gods. That statement, that last statement, and they served other gods. Okay, so we are taught in this Moorish paradigm that we are Hebrews, Hebrew Muslims, Hebrew meaning one who crossed over, okay, from idol worship to the one true God, monotheistic. Okay, so that was Joshua chapter 24. So now I want you to go to Genesis chapter 10. Let's try that. Genesis chapter 10. Now, these are the generations of the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And unto them were sons born after the flood. So we got people, our ancestors before the flood, Joshua 24, and Genesis 10 talking about sons and family born after the flood. So we got before and after. So hopefully that makes sense and gives us a little bit more clarity on Acts 6, specifically this last tier, where it says the Moorish Americans are the descendants of the ancient Moabites, okay, whom inhabited means permanent occupant, the northwestern and southwestern shores of Africa. So if you heard that we are in fact Moors, then you should be able to explain how we became Moors. I'm taking my time with you tonight. So now we are the ancient Moabites. We are kinsmen to the seed of Abraham. We are descents from the first Moab, who was the son of the eldest daughter of Lot, spiritual brother or nephew to Abraham. So Lot is Abraham's nephew, okay? Lot has a daughter. His eldest daughter has a son named Moab, Moabite, Moor. So when you go into Ruth, the book of Ruth, you see that it states very clearly that Ruth is Ruth the Moabitess. When you go into our 101s, it gets into some of the genealogy of Jesus and some of the great fathers that come down that great line of divine. All right. Very good. So hopefully this is all making sense. Now, to move on, because I don't want to, tarry here too long. Now I'm going to read something out of a book, just to drop another bombshell on you, out of a book called When Rocks Cry Out, the first edition. When Rocks Cry Out, the first edition. Okay. Now you can buy this book, but it's extremely expensive. The edition that Amazon.com has, I believe, is the 9th edition, but it does not have this information that I'm about to read in it. Okay. I have found the records from Egypt, that told how Africans came to the Americas and built the first Egypt in the Americas over 4,000 years before the time of Christ. That's a long time ago. Those same records told how a civil war among the Africans in Central and South America forced the Africans called Egyptians to flee to the east side of Africa, where a second Egypt was built. Stop right there. The Moorish Americans are descendants of the ancient Moabites whom inhabited the northwestern and southwestern shores of Africa, which means that there was an Egypt in the west prior to there being an Egypt in the east. So giving validation that all the land masses were connected at one time, and that land mass was in fact called Africa by the Europeans, but is in fact called Amexum by our ancestors, the first true and divine name of Africa, Amexum. So again, I found the records from Egypt that told how Africans came to the Americas and built the first Egypt in the Americas over 4,000 years before the time of Christ. These same records told how a civil war amongst the Africans in Central and South America forced the Africans, called Egyptians, to flee to the east side of Africa, where a second Egypt was built. Why didn't they tell you that? Because you might find out who you are. And some of the people that were around at that time were the Hittites, the Amorites, etc. The She people. We had many names and tribes and whatnot, kind of going back to this point right here. Many tribes and many names identifying us, but all of these people are the same people. They're all Moabites, ancient Moabites. I need you to wrap your mind around that. All of these people are the ancient Moabites whom inhabited the northwestern and southwestern shores of Africa. That is their descent. That is their nationality. Hopefully that makes sense. Now, let's move on with this. So we've already discussed where our prophet tells us that we are all with us, all members must proclaim their nationality. Proclaim their nationality. It means your nationality has to be publicly known by governmental authority, publicly known, widely spread, widely known by governmental authority. You must proclaim your nationality, and we are teaching our people their nationality in a divine creed, that they must know that they are part and parcel of this said government. Now, you remember I talked about them 35 Moors and them 20 Anglo-Saxons, part and parcel, we the people, to form a more perfect union of this said government. Well, said government is dealing with that which was before mentioned, okay? And if you are part and parcel of something, that means you are a part of something that is bigger than yourself, okay? So we got to look these terms up. But just to be clear, let us get after what a nationality actually is, because I want to deal with the major controversy that seems to be raging online between the various Moorish factions. Now we're going to have to deal with some reality. All right. So with us, all members must proclaim their nationality. Well, let's see. What is a nationality? Black's Law Dictionary, 6th edition. That quality or character which arises from the fact of a person belonging to a nation or state. Nationality determines the political status of the individual, especially with reference to allegiance, while domicile determines his civil status. Nationality arises either by birth or by naturalization. Black's Law Dictionary, 5th and 6th edition. Nationality, the quality or character which arises from the fact of a person belonging to a nation or state. So what nation do you belong to? If you identify yourself as Black, Negro, colored, African American, Ethiopian, Indian, etc., what nation do you belong to? Well, you say, well, I belong to the United States. Some of you are thinking that right now. I belong to that nation, the United States. But unfortunately, there is no such citizen called a United Statesman. Not one. There is no such citizen called a United Statesman. Not one. Remember, I said all human beings have a nationality, and according to international law, all human beings are recognized by their nationality. And Black, Negro, colored, African American, identifying human beings are misnomers and slave brands. They are also adjectives, and adjectives describe the noun. So what is the noun? Prophet Noble Drew Ali tells us what the noun is. The Moorish Americans are the descendants of the ancient Moabites whom inhabited the northwestern and southwestern shores of Africa, the permanent occupants. So if all members must proclaim their nationality, that means your nationality, something happened. You lost it. It was stripped at that first Continental Convention back there in 1774 on September the 5th, to be precise. So with us, all members must proclaim their nationality, and we are teaching our people their nationality. Okay, let's get at it now. Okay, we're teaching the nationality, that quality or character which arises from the fact of a person belonging to a nation or state. So Prophet Noble Drew Ali is gently bringing us back into the lawful process and putting us back under the constitutional fold of government, because we are outside of the law right now, i.e., we have no rights. We are classified as stateless persons. So your nationality determines your political status, and that's what we're dealing with right now, political status. We're dealing with political status. All right. Now, so question, what is the political status of so-called Black people in the United States? Nationality determines the political status of the individual, especially with reference to allegiance, while domicile determines his civil status. Nationality arises either by birth or by naturalization. Well. If Prophet Noble Drew Ali is telling us that with us, all members must proclaim their nationality, and he's also telling us in Acts 6 that these brands of Negro, Black folks, colored folks, Ethiopians were put upon us, okay, in 1774, and we accepted these brands until 1770 and 1779. If he's telling us that, then clearly you don't have your nationality. Clearly, you don't have it. So you would have to, by lawful definition, you would have to go through a naturalization process in order to get it. Not based on what I say, based on what the lawful definition is. Nationality arises either by birth. Well, we know it didn't arise by birth because you were born stateless. You didn't have it. Or by naturalization. And if you did not go through a naturalization process, if you do not have a date of naturalization, then how do you now determine if you are a citizen of the country in which you live? By what law are you using? What law makes you a citizen? I'll wait. I'm gonna just let that marinate. Because if they told you you was black, Negro, and colored, they should have also told you what law makes you a citizen, if in fact you are a citizen. Okay, so now since we are dealing with the lawful process and nationality arises either by birth or naturalization, let's deal with what is this naturalization? Black's Law Dictionary. Once again, the naturalization, the process by which a person acquires nationality after birth. Whoa, whoa. Naturalization, the process by which a person acquires nationality after birth and becomes entitled to the privileges of citizenship. Wait a minute. The process by which a person acquires nationality. With us, all members must proclaim their nationality. Got to go through the naturalization process in order to do that. And we are teaching our people their nationality. That content, that quality of character which arises from the fact of a person belonging to a nation or state. The nationality determines the political status of the individual, especially with reference to allegiance, while domicile determines his civil status. And we're teaching them their divine creed that they must know that they are part and parcel of this said government. Said means that which is mentioned before, taking you back to the perpetual union that we mentioned in the Articles of Confederation, Articles of Association, Declaration of Independence. And they must know that they are not Negroes, colored folks, and black people or Ethiopians, because these names were given to the slaves by the slaveholders in 1779 and lasted until 1865 during the time of slavery. During the time of slavery. Now, we already read where the nationality of the Moors was being stripped at that First Continental Congress. And George Washington was the head of that. Now, let's keep moving. So Prophet Noble Drew Ali says, well, slavery lasted until 1865. You know, us clinging to these names and principles that delude the slavery. So the nationality of the Moors was stripped in 1774. We accepted the brands of Negro, color folks, black people, Ethiopians, etc. in 1779, and that lasted until 1865 during the time of slavery. Well, what happened in 1865? Was that not the conclusion of the Civil War? Here we go with another war. Okay, right there. So let's stay right there for just a second. So now we dealt with nationality, we dealt with naturalization, right? So now we know what we have to do and what we must do in order to get our nationality on the record so that we can become, once again, part and parcel of this said government come under the constitutional fold and also become a citizen in the true sense of the word, as intended by the free national government and the free national constitution. First 7 articles, the Moorish foundation, okay? And those same first 7 articles establishes the United States government, or the government, the United States government of America. Let me be more precise in my language. All right, very good. So yes, tonight I'm not taking any questions. I'm just gonna talk and I'm gonna get through what I got to say, and then I will take some questions at the end, time permitting. All right, very good. So we talked about these different processes. Very good. Naturalization. Talked about what a nationality is. Again, all of this can be looked up in your Black's Law Dictionary, but the controversy, the absolute controversy that is going on right now in the Moorish paradigm is, should we naturalize? Should we naturalize or should we nationalize? Should we naturalize or should we nationalize? It's a great question. Well, we want the lawful definitions to determine what we do. We want the prophet's literature to determine what we do. We want the historical record to determine what we must do. Because to my knowledge, Prophet Noble Drew Ali did not tell us to go either way. He didn't say nationalize. He didn't say naturalize. Okay, but we got to understand the science that Prophet Noble Drew Ali is utilizing. So now let's look at the lawful definition of nationalization: the acquisition and control of privately owned business by government. Nationalization: the acquisition and control of privately owned business by government. And it also says, to be fair, it says see denationalization. Denationalization. Now, I would like to draw your attention, though, again, to Prophet Noble Drew Ali, since this is the man that we all say we following, right? We all following Prophet Noble Drew Ali. We all love the Hebrew prophet. So what did he say concerning what we should or should not do? Well, I don't know how many of us have read the Constitution and Bylaws of the Moorish Science Temple, the Divine and National Movement of North America Incorporated, number 13. I don't know how many of us have read that. But if you have them, you should get them out. If you have them, you should get them out. Let me see if I can help you with our study. Let's see if I can help you with our study this evening. And let's see if what I'm going to say makes sense. See, let's bring Prophet Noble Drew Ali to the witness stand. Would that be all right with everybody? Even if it's not all right with you, we still gonna bring him to the witness stand. Okay, because this is the man we're here to honor and discuss this evening. So when you look at these bylaws, and I have them here on the screen now, we're not gonna spend a whole lot of time in here. I'm gonna leave a lot of stuff for us to deal with at a later date and in your leisure when you have time to really plumb the depth of this. So these are the Moorish Science Temple of America, the Divine Constitution and Bylaws. See who it's written by? See who it's written by. See, we're going to bring the prophet's literature to the table. We're not going to deal with your opinion. We're going to deal with how you feel. We're going to deal with what Prophet Noble Drew Ali said. Now, we either going to take what Prophet Noble Drew Ali said at his word, or we're not. It's okay. It's all right. It's nothing personal. But I want us to pay attention to Act number 5. Since Prophet Noble Drew Ali did not tell us to nationalize, he did not tell us to naturalize. He didn't say either way, as far to my knowledge. But this is what he did say. Can we agree upon this? He did write these Acts 1 through 7. Let's agree upon that. Let's start from a position of truth. So if he did write Acts 1 through 7, and he did, in Act 5, he says this organization. Wait a minute. What organization? He says this organization. You mean the Moorish Science Temple of America is not to cause any confusion or to overthrow the laws and constitution of the said government, but to obey hereby. Wait a minute. Let's deal with that again. Let's deal with that again. Let's read that again. This organization, he identified the organization, the Moorish Science Temple of America, is not to cause any confusion or to overthrow the laws and constitution of the said government. But to obey hereby. I see. So you can't obey what you don't know. What constitution is Prophet Noble Drew Ali talking about? Because he was very specific in his verbiage. The laws and constitution of the said government. What said government? That which was mentioned before. Well, the said government takes you back to the Union. And we spent the first few minutes of this demonstration this evening dealing with the evolutionary process of said government. One government with two very distinct jurisdictions. We dealt with the original Constitution. Said government, we're dealing with the free national government. The free national government. And there is a free national constitution for all natural beings. The first 7 articles of the original Constitution, okay, we are to obey that. Not to overthrow it, but to obey it. And we just talked about the evolutionary process. Now, that's what Prophet Noble Drew Ali said, Act 5. Then it goes into Act 6 that I was just dealing with. So let's understand this, brother and sister. If we're going to follow what the prophets say, let's follow what the prophets say. All right, very good. The problem is something has happened to our Republican form of government, and that has now been hijacked by a clique of criminals. But we don't know how to lawfully get back to the Republic and the Union. We don't know how to lawfully do it. So we are now engaging in statutory law. That is what we are doing in these various Moorish paradigms. If we are dealing with law at all. Okay, very good. All right, let us move on. Now, let's go back. So now, all men now must proclaim their free national name. Well, what is your national name? Moorish American. He told you that down there in the last tier of Act 6. Okay. We are the Moorish Americans. That is our free national name. But the problem is now, how do we get this together? Since the prophet didn't tell us to nationalize, he didn't tell us to naturalize, but he did tell us to obey the laws and constitution of the said government. Oh, okay. Well, that means we got to get the Constitution on board, right? We need to know what's in the free national Constitution so that we can obey the free national Constitution. Hopefully that makes sense. Hopefully that makes sense. So let's get back to the free national Constitution. Since that's what we need to obey, let's go in it. Let's see what it says. Let's see what the free national Constitution actually says. We're not going to guess. We're not going to assume. We're going to actually deal with what it actually is. We're going to read it. Okay. So now let's deal with it. Bear with self 1 minute. Let me get it up here on the screen so everybody can see it. That way, if you're following along at home and you don't have a Constitution, you can at least read your screen and this will make sense to you. Bear with me 1 second. Got to get this thing situated so everybody can see it. And we want to go to the free national Constitution, which I said again is the first 7 articles of the United States, the organic Constitution, which is going to take us back and comes out of the great law of peace. And we've already covered the evolutionary process. All right, very good. Okay, so now let me deal with this. Here we go. Here we go. We're not going to go back over it. We already done dealt with it. Okay, we're not going to go back over it. We already dealt with it. I'm going to just keep it moving for the sake of time. Okay, now, in the free national Constitution, and I said that was the first 7 articles, the first 7 articles. So now we have something called Article 1, Section 8, Clause 4. Article 1, that would be within the first 7 articles, Section 8, Clause 4. And you see it on your screen. To establish a uniform rule of naturalization and uniform laws on the subject of bankruptcies throughout the United States. So if Prophet Noble Drew Ali told us in Act 5 of the Moorish Science, Constitution, and Bylaws to obey the laws and the Constitution of said government, and you are now looking at the Constitution of said government, and it says in Article 1, Section 8, Clause 4, to establish a uniform rule of naturalization. And naturalization is the process by which one acquires nationality after birth. And Prophet Noble Drew Ali told you in Act 6 that it is a must for you, and with us, all members must proclaim their nationality. Then it seems like you need to naturalize, according to what we're reading here in the Prophet's literature. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Now, hopefully that made sense. To establish a uniform rule of naturalization. Why? Because the nationality of the Moors was stripped in 1774, and they started accepting these brands of Negro, Black, and colored, which do not properly identify a people, in 1779, and that lasted until 1865 during the time of slavery. Oh, well, I guess we better go back there in 1865 and figure out what was going on so that we can now get ourselves out of this mess. So now we want to bring the Civil War era, President Abraham Lincoln, and what he did for us to the table. To the table. And for those, again, who do not have these proclamations, we are going to put them on the screen so that you too can read them for yourself. Now, they definitely do not teach what you are about to see. Definitely. Okay, they just don't do it. But we're going to go there so you will know for a fact of what's happening. Here we go. All right, here we are, right here. This is where I want to be, right here. President Abraham Lincoln. The president that many people say he didn't do too much for nobody. Such is not the case. I'm not going to debate that with you. I'm just going to present a argument here and a demonstration based on the actual facts, and we're going to leave it alone. We're going to check our emotions at the door. President Abraham Lincoln, desirous of preserving the Union, and the Union is perpetual. It can never be removed. You can only add states to it, but anything that takes away the people's liberty and prosperity, then the Supreme Court, the judicial branch of government, will come in and rule it null and void. But anyway, we're going there a little later on tonight. So President Abraham Lincoln passed a series of proclamations. I say a series of proclamations, starting with the initial Emancipation Proclamation. Now, you remember back there in Acts 6, where Prophet Noble Drew Ali said that slavery lasted until 1865. Remember that? You remember that? And in 1865, that actually was the conclusion of the Civil War. Well, this is in 1862. This is in 1862. So we're now starting this Civil War to preserve the Union and to abolish slavery. Because you had a group of human beings who were in fact enslaved. And while I'm on that point, the Moors ran an extensive slave trade east and west. Were y'all aware of that? Were y'all aware of that? The Moors, people that look like you and I, ran an extensive slave trade east and west. Now, let's deal with that history briefly. Briefly, we're going to deal with that history and then we're going to move on so that this will be in context. Okay. Now, although 20 Moors, what did I say? Although 20 Moors who were brought to Jamestown in 1620 in a Dutch man of war bearing the names, including Negro, forced upon them by the Spanish slave masters, from whom the Dutch commandeered these bondsmen, unbound Moors, meaning free Moors, had inhabited the civilized the Western Hemisphere for centuries before Christopher Columbus supposedly discovered a part of the world for Europeans that had never been lost to the Asiatic peoples. Unfortunately, these Moors in the West engaged in an extensive slave trade, human property of all races, with the Moors of the East. It was these Western Moors who, with the support of the Sultan of Morocco, helped to win the Revolutionary War against the yoke of Great Britain for the 13 colonies, and who assisted in the negotiations of the 1786 treaty between Morocco and the United States. More importantly, it was these Moors who comprised the majority at the Continental Convention of 1787. So remember I said the nationality of the Moors was stripped? Where can we find evidence of that in the Constitution? Article 1, Section 9, Clause 1, dealing with the 1808 clause. Slavery was in full tilt. We had everybody enslaved, Europeans and Asiatics alike. So President Abraham Lincoln, looking at this situation in his day and time, was desirous of preserving the Union, because you had some states who went in rebellion. They didn't want to give up their slaves. They were making money off the slave trade. It was in full tilt. The slave trade back then, in that era of time, was what oil is to the world economy today. So Abraham Lincoln, looking at this, understanding that human beings are not really supposed to be in bondage, but we do have a situation where human beings are in bondage, European and Asiatic alike, and desirous of remedying that situation, we fought a civil war. A civil war ensues, not only for the abolishment of slavery, but to preserve the Union as well as states' rights. So now, let's check this initial Emancipation Proclamation out, September the 22nd, 1862. They don't even talk about this. I, Abraham Lincoln, President of the United States of America. Notice that, not the United States of America. And the Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy thereof do hereby proclaim and declare that hereafter, as heretofore, the war will be prosecuted for the object of practically restoring the constitutional relation between the United States and each of the states and the people thereof, in which states that relation is or may be suspended or disturbed. Now, you remember the Articles of Confederation, how them states became confederate, unionized, they came together, they gave up some of their sovereignty. Okay, so states' rights is very important. That is my purpose upon the next meeting of Congress to again recommend the adoption of a practical measure tendering pecuniary aid to the free acceptance or rejection of the slave states. So-called, see, so-called, the people whereof not then be in rebellion against the United States, and which states may then have voluntarily adopted or thereafter may voluntarily adopt immediate or gradual abolishment of slavery within their respective limits, and that the effort to colonize persons of African descent with their consent upon this continent or elsewhere, with the previously obtained consent of the governments existing there, will be continued. Abraham Lincoln, President Abraham Lincoln, trying to give justice to everybody dealing with the slavery issue. That on the first day of January in the year of our Lord 1863, why is that important? January in the year of our Lord 1863, all persons held as slaves within any state or designated part of a state, the people whereof shall then be in rebellion against the United States, shall be then thenceforward and forever free. And the executive government of the United States, including the military and naval authority thereof, will recognize and maintain the freedom of such persons, and will do no act or acts to repress such persons or any of them in any effort they may make for their actual freedom. I'm gonna need you to lock in with me, because you don't see that language nowhere. in what the government is currently talking about today. Now, I need you to understand something, brothers and sisters, that these proclamations are in fact the law of the land right now as we speak. Right now as we speak. So we were to be colonized. Isn't that interesting? On this land in the United States or elsewhere, wherever we choose. Isn't that interesting? Initial Emancipation Proclamation. Now, September the 22nd, 1862. Now, let me go here. Compensated Emancipation Proclamation, December the 1st, 1862. Some 2 months after the issue of his great proclamation of liberty, President Lincoln, in his second annual message to Congress, December the 1st, 1862, took occasion again to refer to the compensated emancipation and indeed to the entire matter of slavery and freedom in most instructive and convincing manner as follows. On the 22nd day of September last, a proclamation was issued by the executive. Now, I'm just dealing with it. You say, I never heard of that before. I know, that's why I got it on the screen. And I want you to do your research. I want you to do your research. Now, I'm going to illuminate some things in this one, though. See, because we were supposed to be colonized, 22 states, etc., great body of the republic. And in this compensation, in this proclamation, President Abraham Lincoln starts talking about this Egypt of the West. See it right there in the highlight? He starts talking about the great body of the republic between the Allegheny Mountains and the Rocky Mountain ranges, those 22 states where the Moors were supposed to be colonized. See, it says they too, and each of them must have access to this Egypt of the West. Why is President Abraham Lincoln referring to this land? He's clearly standing in North America. Why is he referring to North America as Egypt of the West? Let's go back to something I said a little earlier. I found the records from Egypt that told how Africans came to the Americas and built the first Egypt in the Americas. Over 4,000 years before the time of Christ. These same records told how a civil war amongst the Africans in Central and South America actually forced the Africans called Egyptians to flee to the east side of Africa where a second Egypt was built. Oh, so President Abraham Lincoln must have knew all about that. That this was the Egypt of the West. And that in fact, in them same records, the very people that are called Africans are also called Hebrews, meaning one who crossed over. In them same records, we are referred to as Moors. Ancient records, bearing witness to what Prophet Noble Drew Ali said in Acts 6, that we are descendants of the ancient Moabites, whom inhabited the northwestern and southwestern shores of Africa. Egypt of the West. Right here on your screen. Let's keep it moving. Now, just some highlights. I'm not going to go over the whole thing. Every state wherein slavery now exists, which shall abolish the same therein at any time or times before the first day of January in the year of our Lord, 1900, that's 1900, shall receive compensation from the United States. Hold on. Did they abolish slavery? I don't know. Did you receive compensation? We were supposed to be compensated. Prophet Noble Drew Ali said slavery lasted until 1865. He didn't say slavery ended. Said slavery lasted until 1865. Let's go. Let's keep going. Just some highlights. I need you to read it on your own. When you get a moment of quiet, you want to read this stuff on your own. Do your study. And you see on your screen, it's talking about shall forever be free. This is dealing with a war. We are to be compensated. Okay. Congress shall appropriate money and otherwise provide for the colonizing free colored persons with their consent, their own consent, at any place or places within the United States. As to the first article, the main points are first, the emancipation; second, the length of time for consummating it, 37 years; and thirdly, the compensation. So President Abraham Lincoln is giving the states that are in rebellion 37 years to facilitate his executive will, part of which is naturalizing, colonizing, and compensating the slaves and compensating the slave holders. Also giving them 37 years to bring their state constitutions in line with the free national constitution or the free national government, which we know is the first 7 articles of the original United States Constitution for the United States of America. Let's keep it moving. All right, because our time is just getting away from us. So now we were classified and identified as property. Why? Because we did not have a free national name. Our nationality was stripped. We were going by the slave brands of Negro, Black, and colored. So therefore, the law classified us as property. So you see in this same proclamation, in a certain sense, the liberation of slaves is the destruction of property. Property acquired by descent or by purchase, the same as any other property. We were classified as property. So if you have not went through a naturalization process and proclaimed your nationality and put that nationality on the record officially so that you can be recognized and you are now having your rights reestablished, then you are still property because you are clinging to names and principles that delude to slavery. You just out of order. Okay, we're gonna keep it moving. Now, let's move on for the sake of time, because I got a lot of stuff I want to cover. Okay, now that being said, now look at the verbiage that President Abraham Lincoln is using. Look at this third article related to the future of free people. It does not oblige but merely authorizes Congress to aid in colonizing such as may consent. See, he keeps talking about the colonization, the compensation, the naturalization of us as a people. This ought not to be regarded as objectionable on the one hand or on the other, insomuch as it comes to nothing unless by the mutual consent of the people to be deported and the American voters through their representative in Congress. I cannot make it better known than it already is that I strongly favor colonization. Now, if you've never heard this before and you're hearing this for the first time, okay, but I wanted you to see it for yourself. Let us move on. Now, you ain't gonna never see this. You ain't gonna never see this. First of all, it's a war measure. because the country's at war. That's the first thing. That's gonna come back at you in a few minutes. Look at the vote count. These resolutions were adopted by 78 yeas to 52 nays. Because another point of contention is, well, you know, how do we know it's the law of the land? How do we know? All they did was sweep it under the rug. It is the law of the land. Every administrator that is sitting in a courtroom knows this information. There is no controversy at all concerning the proclamations of President Abraham Lincoln. None whatsoever. There might be some controversy about the 13th Amendment, but there is no controversy about the proclamation of Abraham Lincoln. And every judge knows this. Let me make it real plain. Every judge knows what is on your screen right now. They are praying to God that you never find out so that you can't enforce it. These resolutions were adopted by 78 yeas to 52 nays. The yeas all Republic, save 2, and the nays all Democrats, save 7. So you mean to tell me the Republican Party actually freed the slaves? Yet the majority of the Asiatics are Democratic today, Democrats. The proclamation of September the 22nd, 1862 was very generally endorsed and upheld by the people at large. And in accordance with its promise, it was followed at the appointed time, January the 1st, 1863, by the supplemental proclamation, specifically emancipating the slaves in the rebellious parts of the United States in the following terms. Whereas on the 22nd day of September in the year of our Lord 1862, a proclamation was issued by the President of the United States containing, among other things, the following to wit: that on the first day of January in the year of our Lord 1863, all persons held as slaves within any state or designated part of a state, the people whereof shall then be in rebellion against the United States, shall then be thenceforward and forever free, and the executive government of the United States, including the military and naval authority thereof, will recognize and maintain the freedom of such persons, and will do no act or acts to repress such persons or any of them in any effort they may make for their actual freedom. So now, some of us are like, well, I'm not in rebellion. Well, according to this, yes, you are. If you are not a party to the free national constitution, you are in rebellion to it. If you are clinging to names and principles that allude to slavery, you are in rebellion to the free national constitution right now. If you have not naturalized and went through a naturalization process, you are in rebellion to the free national constitution, which is the first 7 articles of the original Constitution, which establishes the government for the United States of America. You are in rebellion right now in 2021. And this is why things are happening to you that is outside of your control. Just putting it on the record, making it real plain. And again, you're going to have your opportunity. If it didn't happen the way I said it, you'll have your opportunity in just a minute to come on the floor and tell us, give us a better solution. Now, this is that supplemental Emancipation Proclamation. Now, they do teach you about this one. This is affectionately called the Emancipation Proclamation that they teach you about in the public school system. Okay? This is it right here. Now, if you get your Black's Law Dictionary out and you actually look up the lawful definition of Emancipation Proclamation, it will tell you an executive proclamation issued January the 1st, 1863 by Abraham Lincoln, declaring that all persons held in slavery in certain designated states and districts were and should remain free. Emancipation Proclamation. Now they teach you about that in the public school system, but they don't give you the lawful definition because they don't want you to see that should and remain free. They don't want you to see that part. They want you to keep playing with this involuntary servitude. See? So the supplemental Emancipation Proclamation, January the 1st, 1863. Now, here we go. Okay. Now, and you can read this for yourself. Again, it mentions some illuminating things here. It mentions the initial Emancipation Proclamation, September the 22nd, 1862. They don't never tell you about that one. That's how it all got started. Okay. They definitely don't tell you that this is a war measure dealing with freeing people. They don't really give you that. But you're reading it on your screen. That's why I'm leaving it there. They definitely do not tell you that these proclamations were made a permanent part of the free national constitution. They definitely don't tell you that, and is the law of the land right now. So here we go again, another vote count. Same verbiage. For the sake of time, we're going to keep it moving. Okay. Then you have the oath of amnesty. Now, remember I kept talking about all this rebellion. Now, this is the same oath, let me get to it, that the people in the rebellious states had to take in order to get back under the constitutional fold of government. I need you to lock in with that. So if the people living in the rebellious states in this era of time of the Civil War had to take an oath of allegiance back to the Constitution, the free national Constitution, so that they could have their rights intact, and they would come out of a state of rebellion. If the people living in the rebellious states had to do that, and you are the descendants of a slave by your own admission, why didn't you have to do it? And okay, you may say, well, I don't have to do that. Then how are you not in rebellion to the free national Constitution right now? Now remember, your ancestors set up this union, this free national Constitution, them first 7 articles. That's the Moorish foundation. That is our ancestors. This ain't really got nothing to do with the imitators, which are the Europeans, the pale-skinned Europeans. Let's read this oath, shall we? I do solemnly affirm for the Moors. I do solemnly affirm for the Moors in the presence of Almighty God Allah that I will henceforth faithfully support, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Union. One government, 2 jurisdictions, as indicated by symbolism on the back of your Federal Reserve note, the $1 bill. 2 government seals, the only currency that has 2 seals on it. One representing your jurisdiction as Moorish Americans, another one representing the European jurisdiction called the United States. I do solemnly swear in the presence of Almighty God Allah, do solemnly affirm for the Moors, swear for the Europeans. That's a hint. Hint to the wise is sufficient. Everybody gonna have to take this oath. Until you do, you are in a state of rebellion and you are afforded no constitutional protection at all. I don't care if you are of European descent and you're walking around with a brand name white. Nope. Not in the true sense of the word. I'm gonna go there in just a minute. I do solemnly swear for the European, affirm for the Moors, in the presence of Almighty God Allah, that I will henceforth faithfully support, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Union of the States. Notice states is capitalized. Thereunder, and that I will in like manner abide by and faithfully support all acts of Congress, passed during the existing rebellion, that would be those proclamations, with reference to slaves, so long and so far as not repealed, modified, or held void by Congress or by the decisions of the Supreme Court. And that I will in like manner abide by and faithfully support all proclamations of President made during the existing rebellion, having reference to slaves, so long and so far as not modified or declared void by decision of the Supreme Court. So help me Allah. Now, got to take the oath. Now, you don't want to take the oath, don't take the oath. But let me show you what happens when you do. Now, do you see this? This is that same oath of amnesty and reconstruction. And I do further proclaim, declare, and make known that any provision which may be adopted by such state government, adopted by such state government in relation to the freed people, that would be all of them Moors, that were freed back there in that era of time, people of such state, we shall recognize and declare their permanent freedom. Wait a minute. So the government was to recognize and declare our permanent freedom, not involuntary servitude, permanent freedom. Provide for their education. What? It's the law of the land, people. Provide for their education, and which may yet be considered as a temporary arrangement with their present condition as a laboring, landless, and homeless class. So you mean to tell me they're going to take care of homes too? Law of the land. But you can't enforce what you don't know. And you definitely can't enforce what you can't explain. Said another way, you can't enforce what you can't demonstrate. You can't enforce what you don't believe in. Now, we'll keep it moving. Let's go here. Back to the controversy. Back to the controversy. So this slavery issue is being debated in the Senate in 1864. Something else we've never seen before. The slavery issue was being debated in the Senate in 1864. And notice what they called it. Look what they called it. The Hebrew law. Now, why would the government have a Hebrew law for a bunch of black people? Negroes, colored folks. Huh? Somebody riddle me that. Let me show you something else dealing with this Hebrew. Now, I said earlier, I said that Hebrew meant one who crossed over. One who crossed over. Y'all remember I said that? So let me see if I can get another visual aid up here to kind of help us out. Yeah, and here we go. See what that says? And then I want you to look at the date. The story behind the George Washington letter to the Hebrew congregation in Newport, Rhode Island, August the 21st, 1790. Wait a minute. 1790. George Washington took office in 1789. So you mean right after he took office, he's referring to all of these Asiatics as the Hebrew congregation. He did not refer to them as black people. He did not refer to them as Negroes. He did not refer to them as colored folks. They were not referred to as African Americans. They were referred to as Hebrews, one who crossed over. Hebrews. Let's go back. Just wanted to bring that to the table. Like I said, we're not going to get into all of it, but you got to do your research. I can't get into everything here tonight. So now, since we have firmly established that we were Hebrews in 1790, now in 1864, they debating the slavery issue. Remember, because the nationality of the Moors was stripped. The identity of the Moors was taken away from them in 1774, and we began to accept the brands of Negro, black, and colored in 1779, even though, in fact, we were in fact Moors. We were Hebrew Muslims of Moorish descent. So now this is being debated in the Senate, March 31st, 1864. They call it the Hebrew law. It's our law, brother and sister. It's our law. They're trying to figure out, how do we free these people and make them citizens? How do we do it? So I'm going to just read it in part, and then we're going to deal with some stuff, and we're going to keep it moving. Mr. Harlan's reply to the position of Mr. Salisbury that slavery is right, is a divine institution, etc., was a very able and interesting. He piled up authority after authority, English as well as American, to show that there is not support of slavery, and especially of the title to services of the adult offspring of a slave at common law. Brother and sister, at common law. So if they were dealing with at common law in 1864, what are you dealing with in 2021? You're dealing with statutory law. Could that be the problem? And after also proving by the mouth of a favorite son of Virginia that it has not legal existence by virtue of any municipal or statutory law, he declared that the only remaining law that can be cited for its support is the Levitical Code as follows. The Levitical Code. You mean, the house of Levi, the Levitical Code. Still our ancestors. Both thy bondmen and thy bondsmaids, which thou shalt have, shall be of the heathen that are round about you. Of them shall ye buy bondsmen and bondsmaids. Moreover, the children of the strangers that do sojourn among you, of them shall ye buy, and of their families that are with you, which they begat in your land, and they shall be your possessions, property. And ye shall take them as an inheritance for your children after you, to inherit them for a possession. They shall be your bondsmen forever. Now, watch the comment. I remark, remember, they're debating this in the United States Senate. How are we going to make these people citizens? We know we're going to have the conclusion of the Civil War here in 1865, so we need to put some things in place to make these people citizens, bring them back under the constitutional fold of government. That's what this whole conversation has been about this evening. I remarked, said he, in this connection, that the Levitical Code or the Hebrew law contains a provision for the naturalization of foreigners. Well, we are not foreigners, we're on our own land, but we are foreign in the fact that we are in a state of rebellion and we have not naturalized. So therefore, we have no constitutional protections afforded to us because we are still clinging to names and principles that delude to slavery. So I remarked, said he, in this connection, that the Levitical Code or the Hebrew law contains a provision for the naturalization of foreigners. Naturalization, that process by which one obtains nationality after birth and becomes entitled to the privileges and immunities of citizenship. Whether captives of war, that's who we are, captives of war, or voluntary immigrants. Now you say, wait a minute, what do you mean we are captives of war? So let me prove my point to you. We're going to go right back to this initial Emancipation Proclamation. Can we do that? Let's go back to the initial Emancipation Proclamation. Let's go back because we're proving that we are captives of war. I'm going to prove it to you. Hold on, let me get to it. Here we go, right here. Okay, hold on, right there. Yep, there we go. Section 9. Do you see it right there in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen? Do you see it right here? Let me move my cursor so some of y'all can see it. See where it says, by the forces of the United States, they shall be deemed captives of war. Is it starting to make sense now? Let's continue. Initial Emancipation Proclamation. Let's go back to the Hebrew law. Let's get back to it. I remarked, said he, in this connection, that the Levitical Code of the Hebrew law contains a provision for the naturalization of foreigners, whether captives of war or voluntary immigrants. By compliance with the requirements of this law, they become citizens. So my question is, when did we comply with the requirements of this law so that we could become citizens? When we comply, then you see it says entitled to all the rights and privileges and immunities of the native Hebrews, not black people, not Native Americans, not Native Indians, Native Hebrews. Let's move on for the sake of time. Hebrew law, look it up. Now, all of that was in place. Let's continue. Now, let us deal with this divine warning of 1928. Again, we're going to go to the prophet's literature. And for the sake of time, I'm just going to get at it in part. I'm not going to read the whole thing because, oh my God, we'll be here all night, and I don't want to be here all night. But I am going to drop enough information that you will understand, like, oh, okay, you'll have enough to feed on for a few days. So now, let me deal with this prophet's warning, the warning of 1928, because we always want to bring the prophet's literature to the table. I'm going to deal with two things. I'm going to deal with the prophet's warning of 1928, and I'm going to deal with a plea. Prophet makes plea to the nation. Okay. Now, I think I'm going to deal with a plea to the nation first. I think that might be the best way to go since I've actually already covered that. So let me deal with that in part first, since it's on the way. Okay, plea to the nation, because we said that we are not citizens. I think I did a pretty good job of proving that. I'm gonna get into that a little deeper here in just a minute. But then I also said, that we are not a party to this free national constitution. I did say that too, which is the first 7 articles of the United States Constitution, which is the Moorish foundation, which establishes the government, the national government for the United States for America. All right. So let's get into it here. Let's see what this plea to the nation is. Now remember, these are not my words. These are Prophet Noble Drew Ali's words. Okay. So now our divine and national movement stands for the specific grand principles of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. And I, the prophet, am applying to all loyal, faithful Moors, members, and the American citizens. Now, if you remember 7 days ago, if you were here, Sheikh Isaiah did a very good job of breaking down these different categories of members and citizens and tied those back to Act 6 as to what we need to do. Our divine and national movement stands for the specific grand principles of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. And I, the prophet, am applying to all loyal, faithful Moors, one category, members, another category, and the American citizens, third category, to help me in my great uplifting acts of uplifting fallen humanity among the Asiatic race and nation. For I have suffered much and severely in the past through misunderstanding. That's what this whole PowerPoint tonight is about, trying to clarify and clear up the misunderstanding of what the movement was dedicated to. It is the great God Allah alone that guides the destiny of this divine and national movement. I know that all true American citizens are identified by national descent names. Got to have a national descent name. Moorish American, your national descent name, to answer and apply to the free national constitution. Well, the free national constitution is the first 7 articles of the original or the organic constitution. So how does one apply to the free national constitution? One must naturalize Article 1, Section 8, Clause 4 of the free national constitution to establish a uniform rule of naturalization. I'm not going to beat that up anymore. I think we've already done a pretty good job with that. So that is how we apply to the free national constitution of this free national republic of the United States of America. That's why I'm calling on all true national citizens to help me morally and financially in my great work I am doing to help this national government. For without a free national name, Moorish American, with a descent flag of your forefathers, there is not a national divine title of the government in which we live. Okay, this is from your true and divine prophet upon all American and foreign sympathizers. Let us move on for the sake of time. And if you know, I know I'm throwing a lot at you. It's okay. It's okay. It will make sense. Just keep coming back, tuning in with us week after week after week, and it will eventually take hold. You're not going to get it all today. You're not going to learn how to connect all the dots in one sitting. It's just not going to work. Okay, so now, and believe me, I have a ton of information sitting around me and in front of me, and I am not going to get to all of it today. So we will be doing this again, or we should say continuing it again, so that we can constantly add to it. All right, where was I going? Oh, yes, I know what I was doing. This is where I was going, right here. So now, the great meeting is on. A warning from Prophet Noble Drew Ali, the most impactful 3-page document that you ever read if you rightly understand, comprehend it, and know how to apply it to yourself. Let's get into it in part. I'm not going to read the whole thing. The citizens of all free national governments, according to their national constitution, are all of one family bearing one free national name. Those who fail to recognize the free national name of their constitutional government are classed as undesirables and are subject to all inferior names, abuses, and mistreatment that the citizens care to bestow upon them. And it is a sin for any group of people to violate the national constitutional laws of a free national government and to cling to names and principles that delude to slavery. Again, the names and principles that delude to slavery is not having a free national name on the record, clinging to names and principles that don't properly identify you as a human being, i.e., Black, Negro, colored, African American, Indian, etc. Okay. I, the prophet, was prepared by the great God Allah to warn my people to repent from their sinful ways and go back to that state of mind of their forefathers. Our forefathers did not refer to themselves as Negro, Black, colored, Ethiopian. So we got to go back to that state of mind of our forefathers' divine and national principles, that they will be law abiders. So that suggests that we are breaking the law right now and receive their divine rights as citizens according to the free national constitution that was prepared for all free national beings. They are to claim their own free national name and religion. Our free national name is Moorish American, and our religion is Islamism. This entire Western Hemisphere was Islamic. This is who we are by birthright. Now, while I'm on the subject of citizen, let me deal with this. Let's see if we can illuminate some things. On citizen. And I'm not talking about a sovereign citizen. Let's be clear about that. I'm talking about citizen as it appears in and intended by the free national constitution. Let's deal with that. So if you have your Black's Law Dictionary out, get it out, and let's deal with the lawful definition of citizen. Okay. One who under the Constitution, that would be the free national constitution, and laws of the United States or of a particular state, is a member of the political community owing allegiance and being entitled to the enjoyment of full civil rights, in part. Under the diversity statute, which mirrors U.S. Constitution Article 3 diversity clause, a person is a citizen of a state if he or she is a citizen of the United States and a domiciliary of a state of the United States. Now, I need you to lock in with that. I'm illuminating some things. So hopefully if you rightly understand, you understand. Citizen as intended by the Constitution, not what you think it is, what it lawfully and what it actually is. Okay, so now let me move on for the sake of time. Let me move on for the sake of time. We'll deal with that in just a minute. So now I want to get down here and deal with this warning a little bit further, because this is very interesting right here. There is but one issue for them. Them who? All of these people walking around with these brands of Negro, black, colored, etc. There is but one issue for them: to be recognized by this government and of the earth, and it comes only through the connection of the Moorish divine and national movement, which is incorporated in this government and recognized by all other nations of the world. And through it, they and their children can receive their divine rights unmolested by other citizens. Well, another word for divine rights is unalienable rights. Another word for unalienable rights is human rights. So there is but one issue for them: to be recognized by this government. Well, how can you be recognized as a Moorish American if you don't officially put that recognition on the record with actual paperwork by governmental authority? That is critical when you look up the lawful definition of recognize. Right? There is but one issue for them: to be recognized by this government. You can't be recognized by government authority if you don't proclaim your nationality, which is a must. So you got to put your religious creed, your nationality on the record. But you can't be recognized unless you take the oath of amnesty and Reconstruction. You're not going to get around that one. If you don't take the oath, you have no constitutional protection. You are still outside of that document, which is the highest law of the land. And in order to have that constitutional protection of the free national constitution that Prophet Noble Drew Ali is telling you about in this divine warning that's on your screen, you have to go through the naturalization process, because that is the process by which one acquires nationality after birth and becomes entitled to the privileges and immunities of citizenship. There is but one issue for them: to be recognized by this government and of the earth, and that comes only through the connection of the Moorish divine and national movement, which is incorporated in this government. Stop right there. So on the one hand, the Moors had a matriarchal, participatory, republican form of government, the Union, running on this land thousands of years before the pale-skinned European got here. On the one hand, we were governing the territories, i.e. the Union, with the Great Law of Peace, and out of the Great Law of Peace evolved what you see, the Articles of Association in 1774, the Declaration of Independence in 1776, which further matured into the Articles of Confederation in 1778, and that further matured into we the people to form a more perfect union, 35 Moorish chieftains, 20 Anglo-Saxons to form we the people, okay, to form a more perfect union, and the original Constitution of the United States for America. Hopefully that straighten that out. Let's continue with this divine warning. But it says, we're going to jump back to the warning in just a minute, but it says that we are this divine and national movement is incorporated in this government. We're going to come back to that incorporation in just a second, but let me jump down here Let me jump down here. Now we want to deal with this 14th and 15th Amendment. Now, let me read this warning. Let me deal with it. Pick it up from right here, what I got on the screen. This is Prophet Noble Drew Ali talking. This is not what I say. This is what he said in 1928. I love my people and desire their unity and mind back to their own free national and divine standards. Back to their own free national and divine standards. Because day by day, they have been violating the national and constitutional laws of their government by claiming names and principles that are unconstitutional. If Italians, Greeks, English, Chinese, Japanese, Turks, and Arabians are forced to proclaim their free national names and religion before the constitutional government of the United States of America, it is no more than right that the law be forced upon all American citizens alike. So again, think about what Prophet Noble Drew Ali is talking about. If Italians, Greeks, English, Chinese, Japanese, Turks, and Arabians are forced to proclaim their free national name, why not you? According to your law. Why not you? What is your free national name? You can't do it because you don't know what your free national name is. Your free national name ties you to a constitution. Your free national name ties you to a nation of people. Your free national name ties you to a flag. Again, if Italians, Greeks, English, Chinese, Japanese, Turks, and Arabians are forced to proclaim their free national names and religion before the constitutional government of the United States of America, it is no more than right that the law be forced upon all American citizens alike. In all other governments, when a man is born and reared there and asks his name and national descent and fails to give it, he is misused, imprisoned, or exiled. Any group of people that fails to answer up to the constitutional standards of law by name and principle, because to be a citizen of any government, wait a minute, rewind. Because to be a citizen of any government, you must claim your national descent name. It's not an option. It's not a good suggestion. It's what the law says. Why? Because they place their trust upon issue and names that they are not a part and parcel of, and neither were they formed by their forefathers. The word Negro alludes in the Latin language to the word nigger, the same as the word color alludes to anything that is painted, stained, varnished, or dyed. Every nation must bear a national descent name of their forefathers, because honoring their forefathers and their mothers, your days will be lengthened upon this earth. That's your birthright. Remember I read that earlier? These names have never been recognized by a true American citizen of this day. So the question becomes, are you a true American citizen? We're going to deal with it in just a minute. Through your free national name, you are known and recognized. I say again, through your free national name, Moorish American, you are known and recognized, but you can't be recognized unless that free national name is put on the record lawfully and you took the oath of amnesty and reconstruction, bringing yourself out of a state of rebellion, putting you back under the constitutional fold of government and the union that your ancestors set up thousands of years ago. Through your free national name, you are known and recognized by all nations of the earth that are recognized said national government in which they live. Now, the 14th and 15th Amendments brought the North and South in unity, placing the Southerner, which was at that time without power, with the constitutional body of power. And at that time, 1865, now you remember we just went through this period of time in 1865. Remember in Act 6, Prophet Noble Drew Ali talked about, and slavery lasted until 1865. Wasn't the close of the Civil War at 1865? Were we not fighting to end slavery? So at the close of the Civil War in 1865, all vestiges of slavery were supposed to die off. But that did not happen. Slavery did not end. Slavery lasted until 1865. It just changed forms. That's all. Why? Because we did not naturalize. We were not compensated. We were not colonized. We did not take the oath of amnesty and reconstruction. Therefore, we are still in a state of rebellion in 2021 going into 2022. So now the question becomes, looking at the warning of 1928 by Prophet Noble Drew Ali. Let me read it again because this little paragraph is very illuminating. Through your free national name, Moorish American, you are known and recognized by all nations of the earth, not some, all that are recognized said national government in which they live. The 14th and 15th Amendments brought the North and South in unity, placing the Southerner, which was at that time without power, with the constitutional body of power. And at that time, 1865, the free national constitutional law that was in force since 1774, which takes you back to the Articles of Association, which takes you back to the Perpetual Union, declared all men equal and free. And if all men are declared by the free national constitution, which is the first 7 articles of the original constitution, which is the Moorish foundation, if those are claimed, that constitution declares all men to be free and equal, since that constitution has never been changed, there is no need for the application of the 14th and 15th Amendments for the salvation of our people and citizens. Now, according to the way it is taught, in this social construct called the United States, the 13th Amendment, with its 2 sections, abolished involuntary servitude. That's what they teach. The 14th Amendment, they say, gives you your quote unquote citizenship. And the 15th Amendment gives you your so-called voting rights. This is what they teach. 13th Amendment, abolish involuntary servitude. 14th Amendment gives you your quote unquote citizenship. And the 15th Amendment gives you your so-called voting rights. This is what they teach. Prophet Noble Drew Ali said, the national constitutional law that was in force since 1774, which takes you back to the Articles of Association, declared all men equal and free. And if all men are declared by the free national constitution, which is the first 7 articles of the original constitution, to be free and equal, since that constitution has never been changed, there is no need for the application of the 14th and 15th Amendments for the salvation of our people and citizens. Now, he did not mention the 13th. He did not. So what's the science behind that? He mentioned the 14th and 15th. The 14th Amendment gave you your quote unquote citizenship, and the 15th Amendment gave you your so-called voting rights. So why would Prophet Noble Drew Ali leave out the 13th Amendment? because the 13th Amendment with 20 sections, which was ratified November the 18th, 1865, and made a permanent part of the Constitution, was and is the law of the land right now. I know many of you were not aware of that. 13th Amendment with its 20 sections, ratified November the 18th, 1865, and made a permanent part of the Constitution, is the law of the land right now. And it is that same 13th Amendment with 20 sections, which has about 8 sections that uphold and substantiate the free national Constitution, that sustains and it substantiates those 4 proclamations of President Abraham Lincoln that we just talked about, gives us everything we need to substantiate us as a nation. 13th Amendment with its 20 sections. You say, I've never heard that before. I know, and you probably, if you've never heard of it, you probably never seen it either. It's all right, I'm gonna put it on the screen in just a minute. I'm gonna put it on the screen in just a minute so you can see it for yourself. How about that? Would that help you? Would that help you? So let me get to it. Just to clear up the confusion, because there again is a lot of confusion. Lot of confusion. So now let's see. Let's see what this looks like. Bear with self. Bear with self. Let me get to it. And there's so much I want to get to. So much I want to get to. Aha. So let's deal with this 13th Amendment with its 20 sections. Let's see what it actually says. Now remember, it's made a permanent part of the free national Constitution right now. I have it on the screen for you right now, so we can follow along. Section 1 of the 13th Amendment with its 20 sections, you see, ratified November the 18th, 1865 by 3/4 of the several states, which made it law. Which made it law. Section 1, y'all can read it for yourselves. All persons shall have the right to peacefully assemble and worship God according to the dictates of their own conscience. You mean you don't want that? You don't want to be left alone to worship God as you see fit? You don't want to worship and under your own vine and fig tree? You don't want that? Really? The use of the public press, wouldn't that not be the media? Shall not be obstructed, but criminal publications made in one state against the lawful institution of another state shall not be allowed. You don't want that? The right of citizens to free and lawful speech, so you don't want free speech? You don't want this. Now, this is the law of the land. This is this 13th Amendment with 20 sections, substantiates them 4 proclamations that we talked about earlier. You don't want this? You don't want this. Hold on. Let me scroll down here, because I usually stay in sections 1, 2, and 3. Let's go a little further now. Oh, computer don't want to act right. Here we go. There we go. Hold on. Now, you got to read this stuff for yourself. I'm not going to go through all of it. It's talking about the Republican form of government. Article 4, Section 4 of the United States Constitution. See what it says right there? Section 7. See how it's dealing with the Republican form of government? So if this is talking about a Republican form of government in 1865, what is a democracy? The word democracy does not appear anywhere in the Constitution. So what is it? See, I know you just told these things, but we haven't looked into and plumbed the depth of this stuff for ourselves. See, look at the free national constitution jumping off the page. Section 8. See, Article 1, Section 2. Now keep in mind, these sections are tied to your state citizenship. I need you to understand that. Article 4, Section 4, which says establish a republic, all states shall be governed by a republican form of government. Okay, Section 9. Article 4, Section 2. See, Section 10 of the 1320. And it keeps talking about these 36 degrees 30, that 3630 parallel. See? Now, let me deal with this Section 12 here real quick, because I know some of y'all Moors are so smart. The traffic in slaves with Africa is hereby forever prohibited on pain of death and the forfeiture of all the rights and property of persons engaged therein, and the descendants of Africans shall not be citizens. Right? You say, well, brother, how? Right there. That ain't gonna work, because we Africans. No, we ain't. Prophet Noble Drew Ali told you the Moorish Americans are the descendants of the ancient Moabites whom inhabited the northwestern and southwestern shores of Africa. You don't think President Abraham Lincoln knew that? Just like you didn't know it was the Egypt of the West. If President Abraham Lincoln knew you was standing in the Egypt of the West, if he knew this was the Egypt of the West, that means he also knew you were a Moor. I know. Go look up the William Dungy case. Go look that up. Get a book called Lincoln's Philosophy, where he talks about these Moors. Look up the William Dungy case. So I'm just showing you this 13th Amendment with 20 sections. There. Which substantiates those 4 proclamations. There. All right. Anyway, hopefully that made sense. Now, so that's why the prophet left out the 13th Amendment with its 20 sections. Because the 13th Amendment with 20 sections is the law of the land. Now, for those that don't understand, let me put some on the screen, because I know some of y'all little crazy. I get it. I'm gonna put some on the screen. I'm gonna help you understand. Hold on, people still coming in. Boy, how awesome is this? Bear with me 1 second. Let me find what I'm looking for. Bear with me 1 second. Oh, I think it's at the top. Yep, here we go. Now, you just heard me say, you just heard in the divine warning, Prophet Noble Drew Ali talked about the 14th and 15th Amendments are not applicable to us. In his divine warning of 1928, have you ever taken the time to unpackage and read the 14th Amendment, the lawful definition? It's on your screen. The 14th Amendment of the Constitution of the United States, ratified in 1868, lets you tell it, creates or at least recognizes for the first time a citizenship of the United States. Creates or at least recognizes for the first time. Well, wait a minute. You mean to tell me we didn't have no citizens before 1868? Who is this written for? And there's only one way to be a citizen in this country if you ask the people, and that's through this 14th Amendment. Now, you either going to be born natural, you either going to be a natural citizen, or you're going to be a corporate citizen. That's the only way you can go. The question becomes, which one are you? The 14th Amendment of the Constitution of the United States, ratified in 1868, creates or at least recognizes for the first time a citizenship of the United States as distinct from that of the states. That's interesting. Forbids the making or enforcement by any state of any law abridging the privileges and immunities of the citizens of the United States. So you got to ask yourself, what is a citizen of the United States? And secures all persons against any state action which results in either deprivation of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. I'll stop right there. The word persons in the lawful definition of the 14th Amendment is not only italicized, it's in quotes. So that means it is drawing special attention to that word persons. So I took the liberty to look that up for you. Same Black's Law Dictionary, person, in general usage, a human being. So it could be talking about a human being, a natural person. Though by statute, the term may include labor organizations, partnerships, associations, corporations, legal representatives, trustees in a bankruptcy, or receivers. Oh, interesting. So now, which one are you? Are you a natural person, or are you dealing with statutory law and you've been turned into a legal fiction? Are you a corporate entity? Are you a fictitious person? Are you a natural person? Which one? See, that's a question for you, not for me. So now the controversy on the internet, i.e. YouTube, is, well, we know everybody has been turned into a legal fiction, a corporate entity, a fictitious person through the 14th Amendment, but we don't seem to know how to get out from up under the 14th Amendment. Well, let me help you with your research. I said, let me help you with your research. Let me deal with it right here. The United States Supreme Court on October the 15th, 1883, in a landmark decision, declared the 13th Amendment with two sections, 14th and 15th Amendments, unconstitutional. 3 dead badges of law, void, have no validity whatsoever. 109 U.S. 3, October the 15th, 1883. 109 U.S. 3. United States Supreme Court declares the 13th Amendment with two sections, 14th and 15th Amendments, unconstitutional. So now, if Prophet Noble Drew Ali tells us in his divine warning that the 14th and 15th Amendments are not applicable to us, but he leaves off the 13th Amendment, he must have understood that the 13th Amendment, with its 20 sections, was made a permanent part of the Constitution November the 18th, 1865. Because he must have also understood that the United States Supreme Court struck down the 13th Amendment with two sections, 14th and 15th Amendments, as being unconstitutional in 1883. Oh, that part right there. Now, I know some of y'all like, no, I've never seen that before. I've never heard of that before. So Deputy Sheikh Thomas Muhammad Ill is going to help you out with this. See, because I did the research for you, because one thing we not going to do is get on here and just talk at you without giving you the tangibility. We got proof for our truth. So now you see that this is the congressional record. Do you see that it is the 90th Congress? Do you see the date? In 1967. Now, I just told you that the Supreme Court ruled the 14th Amendment unconstitutional in 1883. And you have not read anywhere, and nobody can prove this to you. There is no attorney nowhere that can prove to you that the United States Supreme Court has rescinded their decision. Nobody, nowhere. But for argument purposes, let's see what the congressional record says in 1967. Let's go. Let's get at it. What does this say right here? Let me magnify this. Bottom right of your screen. Do you see right there? Bottom right, the 14th Amendment is unconstitutional. The purported 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution is and should be held to be ineffective, invalid, null, void, and unconstitutional for the following reasons, and they ran it. 1967, the de facto United States Congress. I'm not done. I'm not done. Not what I say, what we can prove. I'm not done. That's the 14th Amendment. You're going to love the next screen. Oops, what is this? Congressional record again. Oh my goodness, look at the date. 1943. This is the 15th Amendment. I'm sorry, 16th Amendment. Now this dealing with your IRS and your taxes. You see I got a box. It's a whole paragraph in a box. Talking about the IRS has no, the Congress has not given no new taxing power, rendering the IRS illegal and void. Congress, de facto Congress at that. Congressional record. Leave it right there for you. See, when you come this way, you're gonna have to deal with reality. That's your 16th Amendment. Let's continue. Ooh, Supreme Court decision. What does that say? 109 U.S. 3, October the 15th, 1883. Here's their decision on why they struck down the 13th, 2nd, 14th, and 15th Amendment. Let me get to it, because I don't want you to take my word for it. Let's read it together. And then when they come at you and tell you, well, no, these are the laws of the land, I want you to show them this. And be like, no, I don't think so. So hold on, right here. This is their dissenting remarks. The Supreme Court justices. When a man has emerged from slavery and by the aid of beneficent legislation has shaken off the inseparable commitments of that state, there must be some stage in the process of his elevating when he takes the rank of a mere citizen and ceases to be the special favorite of the laws, and when his rights as a citizen or a man are to be protected in the ordinary modes by which other men's rights are protected. There were thousands of free colored people in this country before the abolition of slavery. What? Really? So everybody wasn't enslaved. United States Supreme Court, people, enjoying all the essential rights of life, liberty, and the property, the same as white citizens. Wait a minute. So if they were free, that means they had constitutional protection, which means they had to have a nationality and a religion on the record according to the constitutional laws of this government. Yet no one at that time thought that it was any invasion of their personal status as freedmen because they were not admitted to all the privileges enjoyed by white citizens or because they were subjugated to discrimination in the enjoyment of accommodations and ends, public conveyances, and places of amusement. Mere discrimination on account of race or color were not regarded as badges of slavery. Okay. We're gonna jump down because I don't wanna, I'm looking at my clock. The conclusion, this conclusion disposes of the cases now under consideration in the cases of U.S. versus Ryan and Robinson versus Memphis. CR Company, the judgments must be affirmed. In the other cases, the answer to be given will be that the first and second sections of the rest of Congress of March 1st, 1875 entitled an act to protect all citizens in their civil and legal rights are unconstitutional and void, and that judgment should be rendered upon the several indictments in those cases accordingly. Justice, Supreme Court Justice Harlan. Wow. 13th, 14th, 15th Amendments void. Got to get this information. Lincoln's philosophy, common sense. Remember I mentioned that earlier tonight? The Union is much older than the Constitution. It was formed, in fact, by the Articles of Association in 1774. It was matured and continued in the Declaration of Independence in 1776. It was further matured in the faith of all the then 13 states expressly plighted and engaged that it should be perpetual by the Articles of Confederation in 1778. And finally, in 1787, one of the declared objects for ordaining and establishing the Constitution was to form a more perfect union. But if the destruction of the Union by one or by a part or only of the states be lawful possible, the Union is less than before, the Constitution having lost the vital element of perpetuity. Lincoln's philosophy, common sense. Now this is Lincoln debating back and forth, back and forth. And they're talking about, to keep a long story short, how Moors were already here. Moors were already here. Let me see if I can blow this up so y'all can see it in very fine print. Yep. Can I get one more click out of it? No. Yep. Yes, I can. The Constitution was ordained and established by the people of the United States through the action in each state. Okay. Those persons who were qualified by its laws to act thereon in behalf of themselves and all other citizens of the state. In some of the states, we have seen Moorish persons were among those qualified by law to act on the subject. These Moorish persons were not only included in the body of the people of the United States, by whom the Constitution was ordained and established, but in at least 5 of the states, they had the power to act and did doubtless act. Moorish persons. So everybody wasn't a slave. So obviously these Moorish persons had their nationality and divine creed on the record. Obviously. Now you say, what has that got to do with anything? So what? Okay, let me prove to you so what. You've heard of this gentleman by the name, our brother, by the name of Dred Scott, right? Another Supreme Court case that they have never, this United States Supreme Court has never rescinded. The Dred Scott decision. Now, some silly person will tell you that the 14th Amendment that I just told you was ruled unconstitutional by the Supreme Court also rendered the Dred Scott decision by the Supreme Court null and void. Let's see what Justice Taney, Supreme Court Justice Taney, had to say about Dred Scott. See, it's one thing to say the Dred Scott case, it's another thing to read the Dred Scott case. It's very illuminating. I'm gonna hit a couple of points and then we're gonna get off of Dred Scott. Mr. Chief Justice Taney delivered the opinion of the court, and the court is the Supreme Court, highest court in the land, okay, dealing with Dred Scott, okay? Please understand, hear me. The question is simple, simply this: can a Negro whose ancestors were imported into this country and sold as slaves become a member of the political community formed and brought into existence by the Constitution of the United States, and as such become entitled to all the rights and privileges and immunities guaranteed by that instrument? Stop right there. You see that verbiage? Let me read it again. Become entitled to all of the rights and privileges and immunities guaranteed by the instrument. The instrument is the Constitution. Well, you also heard that same verbiage in the lawful definition of naturalization, the process by which one acquires nationality after birth and becomes entitled to the rights and privileges and immunities of citizenship. So here is Dred Scott thinking that he is a citizen, got into a controversy with his brother-in-law and sued his brother-in-law for damages. And the case went from the state court, the state Supreme Court, to the United States Supreme Court. And this is the United States Supreme Court responding and dealing with that case specifically. The question is simply this: can a Negro, notice they didn't say a Moor. Now I just read to you that it was Moorish people here, free. Same President Lincoln, same era, matter of fact, before that era of time dealing with Dred Scott. But anyway, the question is simply this: can a Negro whose ancestors were imported into this country and sold as slaves become a member of the political community formed and brought into existence by the Constitution of the United States, and as such become entitled to all the rights and privileges and immunities guaranteed by that instrument, okay, to the citizen? One of which rights is the privilege of suing in a court of the United States in the cases specified in the Constitution. Pay attention. The words people of the United States and citizen are synonymous terms. They both describe the political body who, according to our Republican institutions, that would be a Republican form of government, Article 4, Section 4 of the Free National Constitution, form the sovereignty and who hold the power and conduct the government through their representatives. The question before us is whether Negroes compose a portion of this people and are constituent members of this sovereignty. We think they are not, and they are not included and were not intended to be included under the word citizen in the Constitution. Why? Because the Constitution does not recognize slave brands and names and principles that delude to slavery. Now, listen, look what's on your screen and listen to what I just read. The Constitution was ordained and established by the people of the United States through the action in each state of those persons who were qualified by its laws to act thereon in behalf of themselves and all other citizens of the state. Now, pay attention. In some of the states, we have seen Moorish persons were among those qualified by law to act on the subject. Moorish persons, free national names, not names that allude to slavery. You see how important proclaiming your nationality is? If you don't proclaim your nationality and come out of a state of rebellion, this is what's going to happen to you, Dred Scott. Now, on the contrary, they were at that time considered to be a subordinate and inferior class of beings who had been subjugated by the dominant race, and whether emancipated or not, yet remained subject to their authority and had no rights or privileges but such as those who held the power and the government might choose to grant them. So these people are operating under a granted privilege, i.e. civil rights. Special class of beings. But it is too clear for dispute that the enslaved African race were not intended to be included and form no part of the people who formed and adopted this declaration. For if the language as understood in that day would embrace them, the conduct of the distinguished men who framed the Declaration of Independence would have been utterly and flagrantly inconsistent with the principles they asserted, and instead of the sympathy of mankind to which they so confidently appeal, they would have deserved and received universal rebuke and reparation. Okay, I'll stop it right there. This is Dred Scott. Dred Scott was not a citizen of Missouri. So now if you're not a citizen of the state in which you live, you have no standing at all. Why wasn't Dred Scott a citizen? Because Dred Scott was clinging to names and principles that deluded to slavery. So if you are clinging to names and principles that delude to slavery, how are you going to fare any different? The only reason you are able to walk into these administrations, these courts, and do anything is because they are allowing it. You're operating under a granted privilege, and that's exactly why they're charging you for the privilege to come in and get no justice. And that's why you must have an attorney to represent or represent you, because you are in fact a minority. You are in fact civilly dead. You have no rights that no one is bound to respect by your own admission. Hopefully that made sense to everybody. So, recap. We talked about the warning. 1928, Prophet Noble Drew Ali said there's but one issue for them to be recognized, and it comes only through the connection of the Moorish divine and national movement, which is incorporated in this government. What do you mean incorporated in this government? What is this Moorish Science Temple in the first place? What is it? Well, let's get at it. The Moorish Science Temple of America was established as a religious corporation by filing the affidavit of organization, document 10105-905, form 1099, recorded in the Recorder of Deeds office in County of Cook, state of Illinois, on August the 1st, 1928 at 2:52 p.m. At that time, through this affidavit, okay, Prophet Noble Drew Ali gave birth to a free national government, body politic, and corporate under the revised statutes of the state of Illinois, chapter 32, section 36. Uh-oh, did y'all catch that? Prophet Noble Drew Ali gave birth to a free national government, body politic, and corporate under the revised statutes of the state of Illinois, chapter 32, section 36. And that's the Heard-Smith revised statutes. Chapter 32, an act concerning corporations, section 36, Religious Corporation Act played a huge origin on establishing the Moorish Science Temple of America as an ecclesial body politic and corporate. I just wanted to put that out there. I just wanted to put that out there because some of us do not understand what that is. Some of us do not understand what that is. But we're going to touch on it just a little bit, and then I'm going to move on. All right, now, so what is this affidavit of organization known as our authority, which is establishing this body politic and corporate? So let's deal with that. What is a body politic and corporate? So let's get that lawful definition. It's a social compact by which the whole people convent with each citizen, and each citizen with the whole people, okay, that all shall be governed by certain laws for the common good. A convent, wow. A pledge, an oath, that's what that means. We took a pledge, an oath, with Prophet Noble Drew Ali. When we went through that naturalization process, we took that oath and we tied ourselves on. We agreed to uphold Act 6 and the principles thereof, along with other things. I need you to understand that. See, I'm trying to keep the confusion down. I'm trying to make it as plain as possible so we can keep the confusion down, because there is an issue. There's a misunderstanding as to what the movement really is about. There is a misunderstanding to what this movement is really all about. We got brothers and sisters doing whatever they want to do, and they're giving Prophet Noble Drew Ali a 4-second soundbite instead of plumbing the depth of his literature. When you understand what he did and why he did what he did, you will see this will make all kinds of sense. So let me see if I can add a little more clarity to the situation concerning the Moorish Science Temple of America Incorporated. So the Moorish Science Temple was founded in Newark, New Jersey in the year 1913 by Prophet Noble Drew Ali. Let's get that straight. In the year 1926, the movement was reestablished in Chicago, Illinois as the Moorish Temple of Science. Now, it is registered as a legally chartered nonprofit organization under file number 13597 by the Secretary of State, Lewis L. Emerson of Springfield, Illinois on November 29, 1926. In conjunction with the registration, a document was signed by the Directors of Control and Management. Stipulated in this document was the purpose of the organization. The purpose is to uplift fallen humanity and teach those things necessary for men and women to become better citizens. The directors of control and management consisted of 5 members: Noble Drew Ali, James Lomas, Johnny Reynolds, Eddie Watts, and Sammy Rutger. On May 2nd, 1928, the name of the organization was changed from the Moorish Temple of Science to the Moorish Science Temple of America. See, just like the evolution of the constitutions to form a more perfect union, the evolution of the Moorish Science Temple is taking place at the same time. Not at the same time, but in the same manner. The change became official on May 19, 1928, and was signed by Prophet Noble Drew Ali, President, and Whitehead Bey, Presiding Secretary. This change was documented under file number 4-10689 in Chicago, Illinois. A religious affidavit, copy 521, page 579, SS 10105-905 was registered in the County of Cook, State of Illinois, August the 1st, 1928 at 2:52 p.m. This gives us our authority and right to function and practice our own religion, which is Islamism. This right was drawn from the 13th Amendment with 20 sections, first section under the Bill of Rights of the United States Constitution. Noble Drew Ali set up temples in 13 states. How convenient was that? The 13th Amendment with 20 sections is one of the main factors which makes our organization profitable. On August the 1st, 1928 at 2:52 p.m., a new era of time was declared, which is explained in Act 6 of our divine Constitution and bylaws. On this same date, August the 1st, 1928, at 2:52 p.m., our authority, National Corporation, was changed from nonprofit to profitable, and articles of religion was recorded in Cook County, Illinois. Hopefully, that puts a stop to all the confusion. Now, let's go. Let me continue this. That way we can really illuminate some other things. I'm going somewhere. Grand Sheik Richardson Dingle Eel. Now I know somebody out here don't like this brother, but anyway, whether you like him or whether you don't like him is irrelevant. We're gonna deal with what he actually did and not what you feel. Grand Sheik Richardson Dingle Eel expanded the work of the founder, Prophet Noble Drew Ali. He placed our authority. Didn't I just tell you what that was? Our authority, that affidavit of organization, along with other literature in the national headquarters on August 19, 1942. He requested that all Moors be naturalized according to our authority. Now, if you don't want to go this way, that's your business. And would I dare say, the European gonna have to naturalize as well, because they too are under the 14th Amendment and stripped of their nationality in this era of time. So August the 1st, 1928 at 2:52 p.m., which constituted the new era of time, in Act 6, it says, and all men now must proclaim their free national name, Europeans and Asiatics alike. So, okay, August the 19th, 1942, he requested, that's Grand Sheik Richardson Dingle Eel, requested that all Moors be naturalized according to our authority. Act 6 of our divine Constitution, as requested via General Hersey and Colonel Swartz. The first man, not second, not third. So I want all you Moors that are on YouTube to listen to these words. The first man to legally move to resurrect the 13th Amendment with its 20 sections and the executive will of President Abraham Lincoln for their eventual enforcement in the federal government was Grand Sheik Richardson Dingle Eel, born in South Carolina in 1910. He was the first so-called Afro-American to throw off the shackles of Negroism by being the first man to register with the federal government as a descendant of Moroccans born in America. You mean he was the first one to be recognized? There's but one issue for them to be recognized, and it comes only through the connection of the Moorish Divine and National Movement, which is incorporated in this government. That part right there. Let's continue. He also established through national headquarters selective service system, a program known as the Moorish National Bureau of Vital Statistics, under which all people must register according to his example. In 1940, the Moorish Bureau of Vital Statistics was approved by Prophet Noble Drew Ali II, confirmed in 1942, and activated in 1944. Now, let's go after that, because I don't want to leave that alone. These are not my opinions, brother and sister. These are actual facts. Let's deal with it. Bear with me, I'm coming. Hold on, let me get to it. Here we go. This is out of his book. This is page 39. I'm sorry, 28 and 29. We're not going to get the whole thing. We're going to get part of it, though. Now, you just heard us talk about this General Hersey. So let's deal with it. Let me see. Let me magnify so y'all can follow along. Here we go. We were sent to confer with General Hersey, but the general was not in. 3 years later, we did confer with the general. At that time, we were referred to a major. After the major heard our complaints, he told us that our complaints were deeper than he could dream. We asked the major, did he thoroughly understand our problem? And if he did, make us know it. What is this problem? This problem is you got a bunch of people clinging to names and principles that delude to slavery, and they are not citizens of the government, the free national government. Let's continue. The major said when the Germans took over Czechoslovakia, the Germans nationalized the conquered people according to the German laws. When the Americans conquered you people, America made slaves out of you. Tell Drew Ali to send into this headquarters all available proof of you people being Moorish Americans. We showed the major form 1099. Didn't I just tell you about that? And Act 6 of the law inside. The major said, this is it. Leave it with me and I will run it into Chicago and get the attachments. We told the major we had no orders to leave the book. Our authority, form 1099. The major said, tell Drew Ali to send it into this headquarters. We will send it over to the Justice Department and make law out of it. Stop right there. Say what? They gonna make law? Let me read it again. Let me read it again. Tell Drew Ali to send into this headquarters all available proof of you people being Moorish Americans. We showed the major Form 1099, you know, the affidavit of organization, our authority. And Act 6 of the law inside. The major said, this is it. Leave it with me and I will run it into Chicago and get the attachments. We told the major we had no orders to leave the book, our authority, Form 1099. The major said, tell Drew Ali to send it into this headquarters. We will send it over to the Justice Department and make law out of it. And you can talk it all you want to. The major called up the state headquarters in Maryland and authorized our change. Then the major said, in time, this headquarters will make all the slaves Moorish Americans. It'll take days, weeks, months, and years. Let's move on. Ain't got time. Time is just getting away. You see this? Department of Justice file number. Hold on. Let me go down. Let me do it backwards. Budget and Management, BM, something to do with the military. HR, House Report, House Resolutions. WD stands for the War Department. And the $ is for the U.S. Treasury. Do you follow? Budget and Management, House Resolution, Department of Treasury, and the War Department. Do you see that Department of Justice file number? Y'all see it, right? Good. This agreement is between 4 agencies. So there's an agreement in place for Moorish Americans. There is an agreement in place for Moorish Americans in the national government, de facto as they may be. Between the Department of Defense, Department of the Treasury, the Social Security Administration, and the Justice Department. Now, I need you to wrap your mind around this, brothers and sisters. Wrap your mind around this. The agreement is in place where they are recognizing and validating what we are doing as Moorish Americans in this organization, in this Moorish paradigm. There was an agreement that Moors once registered with the Moorish Bureau of Vital Statistics were not required to volunteer for military duty, nor were we eligible to be drafted. But you don't want this. Justice Department, Moors once we were registered would not be prosecuted for any offenses except for offenses under Article 25 of the treaty between Morocco and America. This was not the treaty between the United States and Morocco, but between Morocco and America. But the U.S. recognized the treaty as late as 2001. I'm just going to jump down here because I don't have all night. This agreement was signed by Richardson Dingle Eel. Really? The first man to legally move to be recognized as Moorish American in this government. It was signed by Richardson Dingle Eel and J. Edgar Hoover. You mean the head of the FBI. Now, is it this same J. Edgar Hoover that had the counterintelligence program to prevent the rise of a Black Messiah and all nationalist groups? Really? Let's keep it moving. Now, let me go back here. I'm not gonna play with you. You see that DOJ file number? This is the United States State Department, is it not? Is this the national government? I didn't say the free national government, I said the national government. This is the national government, de facto as they may be. Right? See what it says? I certify the document hereunto annexed is under the seal of the Secretary of State and the state of Maryland, and as such seals, it is entitled to the full faith and credit of the government. And you see our sister signature there, Condi Rice. That's the federal level, right? That's the federal national government. That's the state level. At Maryland, that's the state government. So what is attached to this document next is very authentic. See the Secretary of State for the state of Maryland? So you got the Secretary of State for the national government. You got the Secretary of State for the state of Maryland. And then you have our documentation attached to it. I'm gonna just leave it right here. I'm gonna just leave it right here. Really. It says that our nationality is Moorish American, as redeemed by Honorable Prophet Noble Drew Ali and by the guidance of our Father God Allah, and mandated to be implemented and enforced. Really? I think we covered that, didn't we? That we the people have proclaimed our nationality and our divine creed, Islamism, Moslem under the divine laws of the Holy Quran of Mecca. That's how our authority is derived. That we the people proclaim our true race, as we are a clean and pure nation referred to in the Holy Quran of the Moorish Science Temple of America, the Holy Quran of Mecca, and the Holy Bible, angels, Asiatic, white. White is not pigmentation, white is a legal status. That we the people honor all the divine prophets, Jesus, Muhammad, Buddha, Confucius, and the last prophet in these days and times, the Honorable Prophet Noble Drew Ali. Pay attention to point number 5 now. That we the people have taken the solemn oath of amnesty and reconstruction of the Union Republic, 1863, and are citizens of the Constitutional Republic of the United States of America, inclusive of the 13th Amendment with its 20 sections, the Moorish Science Temple, the Divine and National Movement of North America, Incorporated, number 13, the Moorish American National Republic, which is within the present Moroccan Empire as constructed on the Patalio map, housed in the United States Library of Congress, and chapter 47, Holy Quran of the Moorish Science Temple of America, circle 7. So if you haven't taken the oath of amnesty and reconstruction, you're out of luck. It's not based on what I say. You're reading the document. You are reading the document. Now, I'm not going to read the whole thing for the sake of time, but I just wanted to come down here and elevate this little pretty red writing down here at the bottom with all the power in it. Do you see Department of Justice file number BM? You see that? Now that looked just like the same Department of Justice file number that we was just looking at over here. Remember General Hersey said we're gonna make law out of this thing? Isn't that the same file number right there? Isn't this the agreement between these 4 government agencies? So my question to all the Moorish Americans and Moors on YouTube is, what are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you on the internet talking about the European does not have jurisdiction when you are clearly standing in his jurisdiction? Clearly, because you refuse to get in your jurisdiction. What are you doing? Why are you trying to enforce statutory law? I'm not going to leave you alone. Uniform Commercial Code emerges as law of the land. Now, this is y'all claim to fame. All of you Moors that are on YouTube talking about the Uniform Commercial Code. You ain't dealing with common law like we was dealing with in the Hebrew code at common law, which means you need to deal with a common law court. but you're dealing with private commercial law, because it appears to me that you do not understand. Let me put this on the screen. Hold on, let me get something else for you. It is apparent that you do not understand this. I'm gonna just leave it right there. Apparently, you do not understand what is on your screen right now. It is one government with two very distinct jurisdictions. I say it is one government with two very distinct jurisdictions. The problem that is happening is you as an Asiatic, you as a Hebrew Muslim, you as a Moor are in the wrong jurisdiction. Do you see what it says on the right-hand side of your screen? In big, bold, red letters? Are you European? Then if you are not European, why are you standing in the United States jurisdiction, which makes you a party to the District of Columbia? Why are you there? Why are you dealing with commercial law? Why are you dealing with statutory law? Why are you in an administrative military tribunal called a courtroom? Why are you standing in a courtroom with a banner with 50 stars on the flag with the gold fringes, which clearly represents the United States corporation, not a Republican form of government? And it certainly does not represent the United States of America, and it doesn't represent the Union. So why on God's green earth are you there yelling on camera that the European that's sitting there as an administrator and acting as a judge? Why are you there telling him he has no jurisdiction? If they clearly don't have jurisdiction, you wouldn't even be there. And you voluntarily walked in. Could it be that you don't understand one government, two jurisdictions? Could it be that you do not know how to lawfully get back to the Republic? Could it be that you do not understand nor comprehend the divine warning of 1928 by Prophet Noble Drew Ali? Could it be that you don't understand how it applies to you? Could it be that you haven't taken the oath of amnesty and Reconstruction, bringing you out of a state of rebellion and putting you back to the Union? Could that be it? Could it be that you did not comply with the Hebrew law? Could it be that you didn't naturalize, making you a true citizen of the Union Republic? Could it be? Just some questions. Could it be that you don't understand when Prophet Noble Drew Ali says right here on your screen, I am a citizen of the U.S.A? Could it be that you actually think that the U.S.A stands for Unity Salvation Allah? No. That's how you write the Republic very quickly. United States of America. That's the Republic. That's the Union. That ties you back to the constitutional fold of government, the original Constitution, not that thing brought into existence with the Organic Act of 1871. We're not naturalizing you under that. We're naturalizing you under the first 7 articles of the original Constitution. Article 1, Section 8, Clause 4, to establish a uniform rule of naturalization. Why is it uniform? Because it's got to be uniform from state to state to state to state. Now, it's interesting to me that you don't understand that, but you understand what I'm about to put on the screen. You don't understand that the uniform rule of naturalization applies. You see, you don't get that part, but you don't understand this right here, which is also uniform. I found it. Here it is. Let's get back to it. It's also uniform from state to state to state to state for all the legal fictions, all the corporate entities, all the 14th Amendment citizens, all the people who have federal citizenships. Yeah, this applies to you. All the people who are nationalizing, not naturalizing, nationalizing. This applies to you. By 1938, the corporate federal government, wait a minute, corporate federal government, that would be the United States Corporation that was established with the Organic Act of 1871 after the Civil War. So that ain't talking about the Republic. That's talking about a de facto government. Oh, and while I'm on that subject, let's get that lawful definition so we don't lose anybody in our listening audience. Let's get that lawful definition, de facto government. So now let me let a couple of more people in. Thank y'all for y'all patience here this evening. Appreciate you so much. Okay, now de facto government, one that maintains itself by a display of force against the will of the rightful legal government and is successful, at least temporarily, in overturning the institutions of the rightful legal government by setting up its own in lieu thereof. Say what? So you have a government that is in a sense fake, and it's occupying its position by military force. Really? That's the de facto government. And in the de facto government, this is the laws that they're using right here. Why don't you just change jurisdictions officially? How about that? Why don't you just move to the left side of your screen? How about that? Just move to the left, lawfully. I know you like, what? You still don't get it. How about now? Do you get it now? See what it says? I told you it was a corporation established with the Organic Act of 1871. See what it says? The name of this corporation is the United States Corporation Company. That's the national government now, de facto, District of Columbia. That's where the U.S. citizenship is. That's what the 14th Amendment is. Even though the United States Supreme Court ruled it unconstitutional, y'all still want to participate with it. So here we go. This is where the IRS is. This is where all your states have lined up under this corporation. I know you don't believe that. You're like, that ain't what's happening. Okay, let me prove it to you. I'm gonna prove to you it is what's happening. By 1938, the corporate federal government, hold on, wait a minute. By 1938, this corporate federal government had the true bankruptcy case that they had been looking for. Now, the bankruptcy that had been declared back in 1930 could be upheld and administered. That's why the Supreme Court had to be stacked and made corrupt from within. The new players on the Supreme Court fully understood that they had to destroy all other case law that had been established prior to 1938. The federal government had to have a case to destroy all precedent, all appearance, and even the statute of law itself. That is, the statutes at large had to be perverted. They finally got their case in Erie versus Tompkins. It was right after that case that the American Law Institution and the National Conference of Commissioners on Uniform State Laws, listed right in the front of the Uniform Commercial Code, began creating the Uniform Commercial Code that is on our backs today. Let us quote directly from the preface of the official text of the Uniform Commercial Code, 12th edition. The code was originally approved by its sponsors and the American Bar Association in 1952 and was revised in 1958 to incorporate a number of changes that had been recommended by the New York Law Revision Commission and other agencies. Subsequent amendments that were deemed desirable in light of experience under the code were approved by the Permanent Editorial Board in 1962 and 66. The above named groups and associations of private lawyers got together and started working on the Uniform Commercial Code, the UCC. It was somewhere between 1938 and 1940. I don't recall, but by early 40s and during the war, this committee was working to form the UCC and getting it ready to go to the market. The UCC is the Law Merchants Code for the administration of the bankruptcy. So now if you're driving our people to the UCC and telling them to use the UCC in administrative courts, what are you doing as a Moor with that? This was put in place to uphold the bankruptcy that was filed back in 1930, because these people did not want to uphold the executive will of President Abraham Lincoln that we covered earlier, the 4 proclamations and the 13th Amendment with its 20 sections, which substantiates those 4 proclamations. See, they didn't want to naturalize, compensate, and colonize us. So they said, let's re-enslave everybody all over again. We can't get rid of the original Constitution because it's tied to the Union, which is perpetual. So what we're going to do is we're going to establish a corporation for the United States of America. That's what we're going to do. And we're going to do that with the Organic Act of 1871. We're going to put a government in the District of Columbia right here in your face. And not only did they get the Moors, they got their own people like this. So now you got the sovereign citizen movement trying to get out from up under they using UCCs. Moorish Americans that don't understand the divine warning of 1928 by Prophet Noble Drew Ali is using the UCCs. The court is using the UCCs because we don't understand that it's one government with 2 jurisdictions. We got some people talking about they want to expatriate themselves. Well, once you expatriate yourself, how then do you get back under the constitutional fold of government? How do you do that? Don't you understand, brother and sister, sovereign citizen, Moorish American? Don't you understand that as long as you playing around with the UCC, you are still in the United States jurisdiction? Don't you understand that? You still on the right side of your screen? Because you're dealing with commercial law? You ain't go nowhere. Ain't no remedy over there for you. You still on the right side of your screen, wondering why you ain't getting no justice. Let's get back at it. I'm gonna show you what I mean in just a minute. The above named groups and association of private lawyers got together and started working on the Uniform Commercial Code, the UCC. It was somewhere between 1938 and 1940. I don't recall, but by the early 40s and during the war, this committee was working to form the UCC and getting it ready to go to the market. Hold the phone. In the 1940s. What? Are you serious? In the 1940s, is that what it said? Let me get back to it so you understand. Hold on. Let me get to it so you'll understand. I don't want you to miss this point. So it says somewhere in the 40s, right? They was getting this UCC ready. Well, what was taking place in the 40s that caused them to have to get the UCC ready? What was happening back there in the 40s? Help me understand. Hold on. Let me find it. I'm not going to leave it alone. Here it is. Oh, you mean this? They was putting something in place to counteract this move right here? Hold on. Y'all ain't getting it. I need you to see it. You mean this? Oh, wait a minute. What's the date on it? Look at it. Look at the sentence. Look at the sentence. This agreement was signed by Richardson, Dingle, Eel, and J. Edgar Hoover, 1944. We're going to counteract his move. But you don't want to register in the Moorish Bureau of Vital Statistics. You don't want to do that. So you out here now dealing with Uniform Commercial Code. Statutory law, got something for you. I want you to hold that statutory law position. Let me show you something else. Hold on, let me find it. Oh, look like I might not have that particular file up here, but I'm sure gonna get it if I don't. Nope, I don't have it on here. I'm finna pull it up. Okay, hold on, because I don't think I got it on here. No problem. Let me pull it up. I'm gonna put it up here. So let's deal with it for all the statutory law people. Don't worry, it's gonna come up on your screen real quick. Bear with me 1 second. Here it is. Oh, what does it say? Two different and distinct nations. What? I told you these people went de facto. Y'all looking at me sideways. See what it says? Here we go again. Remember I read the Hebrew law? Remember I read that? And it said at common law. Remember that? See what it says on your screen? Robin versus Hardway, 1790. Look at the date, 1790. You know, that was right that same time we was talking about the Hebrew congregation, right? With George Washington, remember that? Biblical law at common law. Wow, supersede all laws. Wait a minute, whoa. So common law supersedes all laws, but you don't want this. Remember Prophet Noble Drew Ali talked about it was a sin to clean the names and principles that delude to slavery. Remember that? I know. It's getting overwhelming now, ain't it? See? Congressional record. I want you to know particularly that this was in 1913, and that 1913 was a very year we changed our government from a republic to a semi-democracy, the year in which we destroyed constitutional government, hello, international security, and paved the road for us to become a colony of the British Empire. It was also the same year in which we, by adopting the Federal Reserve Act, placed our treasury under the control and domination of the Bank of England and the international banking groups that are now financing the British-Israeli movement in the United States. So you see here, it says two distinct, very different and distinct nations. The ideal prevails with some. Indeed, it has expression in arguments at the bar that we have in this country substantially two national governments. Now, you thought Prophet Noble Drew Ali was tripping when he said, you talked about a free national government with a free national constitution. Now, here's the United States Supreme Court talking about we have in this country substantially two national governments. One to be maintained under the Constitution, that would be the free national Constitution, the first 7 articles of the original Constitution with all of its restrictions, and the other to be maintained by Congress outside and independently of that instrument. Really? Are you serious? I'm gonna just let that marinate. So the one that's being maintained by Congress, that's the one that was brought into existence with the Organic Act of 1871. That's the one that y'all are dealing with commercial law with. I know you don't believe that. I'm gonna help you. To all the brothers and sisters on YouTube that's telling our people to deal with statutory law, I got you. Private, doing the private banking and commercial and all that neat stuff, those people. Here we go. Got something for you. I'm gonna just let you read your screen. Be aware that in 1871, 2 men came here from England and created 2 federal corporations. One was the American Bar Association. I think that's what all your attorneys and lawyers are attached to. And the other is the United States Corporation. Now, you remember I just showed you that? You remember I just showed you that? You done forgot already? This, you forgot it already? I can do this all night. But that ain't what I really want to, that ain't what I want to really curl your socks with. This is what I want you to see. For all the people on YouTube that don't understand the national side of the movement. Here we go. See what it says? I'm not even gonna waste time with it. Jump right to it. People are not persons. On the next page, you will read legal definitions of the word person. As you will see, persons are defined as non-sovereigns. As you will see, persons are defined as non-sovereigns. A sovereign is someone who is not subject to statutes. Isn't the Uniform Commercial Code statutes? Y'all a little hypocritical, ain't it? On the one hand, you saying you're a sovereign. On the other hand, you are trying to apply Uniform Commercial Code to your personal situation. A little contradictory if you ask me. A person is someone who voluntarily submits himself to statutes. See, the only question that's on the table is, do you make up the law? Are you a party to the lawful definition of sovereign people? Are you a party to that? Now, we dealt with the Dred Scott case earlier tonight. The Supreme Court back then said he did not make up, nor was intended to make up, the lawful definition of sovereign people. So here we go. The political body consisting of the entire number of citizens and qualified electors who in their collective capacity possesses the power of sovereignty and exercise them through their chosen representatives. You can't be a sovereign by yourself. What's wrong with you? And you definitely can't be a sovereign citizen, because a sovereign citizen, first of all, that word and term does not appear anywhere in the law dictionary. And it is classified as a domestic terrorist by the Federal Bureau of Investigation. So why would I want to be a sovereign citizen? See what it says? A person is someone who voluntarily submits himself to statutes. So are you voluntarily submitting yourself to statutes? Huh? Are you voluntarily submitting yourself to this? The Uniform Commercial Code? Hold on. I'm gonna really mess you up. Try this on for size. You see who this is again? Is this the United States Supreme Court? It is a well-established principle of law. Wait a minute, maybe you can't see. Maybe you can't see. It is a well-established principle of law that all federal statutes, you know, a statute is that which is passed by your state legislature. That's what legal fictions, that stuff apply to legal fictions, not natural persons. It is a well-established principle of law that all federal statutes and regulations apply only within the territorial jurisdiction of the United States. And in parentheses, they tell you what the United States is. The District of Columbia, not the United States of America, the United States. Those are two very distinct things. So if you are dealing with statutes and statutory law, you are now under the District of Columbia. Duh. Not because of what I say. Wait, that's the Supreme Court. Let's see what the IRS has to say about it. Statutory taxpayers are defined to mean any person subject to the Internal Revenue Tax. The statutory term, there's the word again, statutory term person as defined in Internal Revenue Code at section 7701, A1 refers only to statutory legal fictions. What? Are you starting to get it? Statutory legal fictions? I thought you was a natural person, Moor. Oh, and it says subject to means under the dominion and control of the national government. You mean the District of Columbia? You mean the de facto government? Oh, you mean all these people that did not change jurisdictions officially? They didn't naturalize? They didn't take the oath of amnesty and Reconstruction? They on the wrong side of the screen? They over here on the right when they should have been on the left? Those people. Oh, by the way, so-called white man, this goes for you too. This goes for you too. You didn't take the oath either. You are under the 14th Amendment. You are a legal fiction. You are a corporate entity. I know. You like, not me. Yes, you. Let me help you with this. What does this say? House Joint Resolution. That was a part of that agreement. Remember them agreements? Remember I showed you that? The Department of Justice number. House Joint Resolutions. Proposing an amendment to the Constitution of the United States, providing that the rights extended to the Constitution are the rights of natural persons only. Uh-oh. The rights of natural persons only. No, don't take my word for it. There it is in front of you. Resolved by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America. Notice, it didn't say United States. It said the United States of America. Two different things. In Congress assembled, 2/3 of each house concerning therein, that the following article is proposed as an amendment to the Constitution of the United States, which shall be valid to all intents and purposes as part of the Constitution. when ratified by the legislatures of 3/4 of the several states, states being capitalized, nouns, the rights protected by the Constitution of the United States are the rights of natural persons only. Oh, you know, people who have naturalized, people who are a party to the free national constitution, artificial entities such as corporation, limited liability companies, and other entities established by the laws of any state. That would be your legislature. The United States, that would be the United States codes, or any foreign state shall have no rights under the Constitution and are subject to the regulation by the people through federal, state, or local law. The privileges, not rights, the privileges of artificial entities shall be determined by the people through federal, state, or local law and shall not be construed to be inherent or inalienable. What you got to say now? On fire. Now, were you all aware that in this Moorish paradigm, we have the only federal mandated case that validates everything that we teach? Were y'all aware of that? The Jack Lee's case, were y'all aware that this federal case has been sealed so you couldn't get your hands on it? Were you aware that you are now looking at it on your screen? This is what we stand on, Moors. We stand on the original Constitution, the first 7 articles. We stand on the Bill of Rights. We stand on the proclamations of Abraham Lincoln, the 13th Amendment with its 20 sections that validates and substantiates those proclamations. The Moorish sign symbol of the divine and national movement, Constitution and bylaws, Acts 1 through 7. And our common law court that allows us to do what we do, and our articles of incorporation that allows us to do everything we need to do as a nation. And this Jack Lee's case. Let's read it together, shall we? This is a letter. Brother Jack Lee's is kind of writing his attorney, and he's trying to deal with trying to get justice in this social construct called the United States. And I want you to see some things that are that get illuminated in this communication. He's dealing with his attorney. After watching the legal charade in federal court today, now mind you, this is federal court, I came to the decision, which, believe me, did not come easily. As you should know, we've been subjugated to a double standard of existence all of our lives. I have only to ask you one question to bring this truth home to you. Have you ever been called or heard of the expression nigger lawyer? When I was admitted to the bar of Maryland, I was denied membership in the Bar Association of Baltimore City because I was a Negro. I never forgot this, and it made me realize that I and my kind were forever to be treated differently. I say all of this to you because you younger than I, and maybe your subjection to the double standard has been less manifest. Things of this nature have become more subtle, yet I believe you know what I'm talking about. You see the position Negroes have achieved, and so you say you can get through, and I agree that you can get through, but don't forget that getting through can most definitely be equated with compromise. The point of this letter is to say to you that I don't feel that you can adequately represent me at this trial, at this time. This is indeed not to challenge your competency. On the contrary, I have heard that you are a most capable lawyer. However, what the people mean to say What the people mean who say this is that you are a good Negro, colored, or black lawyer, and our trial will be conducted by the standards set up for Negroes, coloreds, and blacks. We must insist upon the same justice afforded the so-called whites. I want you to continue in this case if you have understood everything I have said so far. If you cannot continue in this case, I will understand. If you continue, I would first like you to file a motion Thursday morning challenging the jurisdiction of this court to try me. This will be based on the United States Constitution, Amendment 13 with 20 sections. If you need clarification on the above, the sheiks of the Moorish Science Temple, Divine and National Movement of North America Incorporated, number 13, will provide the same. Second, I would like Grand Sheik Reynolds Eel to sit with us at the council table and assist us with my position. Third, I will be wearing my fez in court at all times. As your compensation for representing me, I have told you that I will pay you what is fair as soon as I can muster it. At least I am acknowledged that compensation is due you. This is more than the 13th Amendment with 2 sections, and the 14th Amendment to the Constitution acknowledges to former slaveholders not in rebellion against the Union and to emancipated slaves. We will be in your office tomorrow at the appointed time and hope that your spirit will allow us to discuss this matter further. Jack Lees Bay, Sr. Now, notice right here. See where it says the United States versus Gerald McCreary Lees? See that? You see the jurisdiction? You see the jurisdiction? See, when you're a Negro, you're in the United States. It's the United States versus you. Now watch what happened. Look what it says now. See what it says, top left-hand corner? See how the venue changed? It went from the United States to the United States of America versus Jack Lees. We have the only federally mandated case that teaches and verifies what we teach under the leadership of National Grand Sheik Joel Braden Bey, period. Now, I'm not gonna play with you. I'm gonna go, we're going there. Let's blow it up. Now come Jack Lees by Leslie L. Gladstone, court appointed counsel, and hereby moves this honorable court to dismiss criminal charge for the reasons stated. The 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment to the United States Constitution were never properly ratified and do not reflect the provisions of the original 13th Amendment with 20 sections. Wherefore, Jack Lees prays this honorable court dismiss the criminal charge and declare the rights of Moorish Americans across the country. Now, the only question that comes to play is, did it happen? Did it happen? Points of authority. How much time I got? Let me see if I want it. Yeah. Ooh. Okay. It teaches. I may come up here and grab it. Let me think on it for a minute. I'm gonna have to do it. I'm gonna have to do it because it won't make sense if I just jump down to the bottom. Yep, our national grand would not be happy if I just picked this apart. So let me get at it. And y'all can just follow along. According to all scientific and historical records, there is no Negro, Black, or colored race in the human family of peoples and nations. In order to obtain the truth concerning this origin of the so-called Black people of America, one must return to the year 990 AD, when the Moorish slave traders exchanged dark-skinned Moors for the lighter-skinned Moors who had been captured by a Portuguese adventurer. The dark-skinned Moorish bondsmen and bondsmaids were branded by the Portuguese and Spanish with names from their European Romance languages which allude to slavery. Thus, the term Negro derived from the Latin word niger, meaning black, and several variations of it came into use for this degraded purpose, not only in the Iberian Peninsula, but also in other parts of Europe. Over the centuries, this term evolved from Negro Moor to Blackamoor to Black to Negro. See Horace Greeley's The American Conflict, published in 1865, and George Bancroft's History of the United States of America, published in 1854. The word black and all of its variations in all languages is always connotated evil, misery, and death. Moreover, the equally inappropriate term colored implies that the individual described has been painted, varnished, stained, or dyed. Afro or African are terms which arose from the European name Africa, branded upon that continent by the ancient Roman in honor of the Roman general Scipio Africanus following his conquest of the Moorish city of Carthage. Clearly, none of these misnomers, Negro, Black, colored, or African, can be legitimately applied to any people of the human family because such expressions not only fail to accurately designate the true race and national origin of the people described, but also degrade such people to the level of subhuman existence. In particular, since the so-called Black folks of the United States were in fact Moors in 990 AD, they must therefore be Moors in 1976 AD. These Moors are descendants of the ancient Moabites whom inhabited the northwestern and southwestern shores of the land Europeans call Africa, but whose true name is Amexum. The land Amexum extends across the great Atlantis along the old Moorish trade route defined by the 36° 30' parallel to the land known today as North, Central, and South America, the old Moroccan Empire. As descendants of Moroccans born in America, we are the true and historically verified Moorish American heirs to the land where the United States of America has been established. Although 20 Moorish sheiks and sheikesses were brought to Jamestown in 1620 in a Dutch man-of-war bearing Spanish individual names, as well as general term Negro, forced upon them by the Spanish slave masters from whom the Dutch commandeered these bondsmen, unbound Moors had inhabited and civilized the Western Hemisphere for centuries before Christopher Columbus supposedly discovered a part of the world for Europeans that had never been lost to the Asiatic people. Unfortunately, these Moors of the West engaged in an extensive slave trade and human property of all races with these Moors of the East. It was these Moors of the West who, with the support of the Sultan of Morocco, helped win the Revolutionary War against the yoke of Great Britain for the 13 colonies, and who also assisted in the negotiation of the 1786 treaty between Morocco and the United States. More importantly, men of Moorish descent comprised the majority at the Continental Convention in 1787. In writing the Constitution, the minds of these men were drawn to the work of the 1776 Continental Congress, which produced the Declaration of Independence, declaring all men of all races and nationalities free and equal, as well as the Liberty Bell, bearing the inscription of Leviticus 25:10, by which liberty is to be proclaimed throughout the land, and all men are to be returned to their rightful land and possessions. This Mosaic law is the key to biblical scripture concerning slavery. Exodus 21:2, Leviticus 25:44, Deuteronomy 15:12 through 18, verses 12 through 18, whereby human beings are never slaves but bound. free men and women who must be released after 6 years' labor and generously compensated at double the rate of a hired servant. Accordingly, under the provisions of Article 1, Section 8, the Constitution gave the slave interests of the country 20 years to rid themselves of this degradation, as indicated by the writings of George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. This 1808 clause was ratified as part of the Constitution with the understanding among all the people of the nation that human bondage was to be eradicated by that year. Tragically, a conspiracy arose amongst the Moorish and European slaveholders, reaping huge profits from slavery to extend the institution indefinitely. Through deceit, subterfuge, bribery, extortion, blackmail, murder, and treason, these conspirators control the Congress and thereby maintain their system. This conspiracy caused the Civil War in an attempt to destroy the Union and perpetuate slavery. See John A. Logan, The Great Conspiracy, published in 1886 and dedicated to all the young men of America. Yet, it was Abraham Lincoln who called the attention of the nation back to the true intentions of the founding fathers, both Moorish and European. His executive will for the purpose of solving the so-called Negro black problem is expressed in the following documents: the initial Emancipation Proclamation of September the 22nd, 1862, the second annual address before Congress, December the 1st, 1862, the second Emancipation Proclamation of January the 1st, 1863, that's the supplemental Emancipation Proclamation, and then the Proclamation of Amnesty and Reconstruction, dated December the 8th, 1863. Proposed resolution to Congress, dated February the 5th, 1865. Following the assassination of Lincoln, President Andrew Johnson adhered to the policies of his predecessors as indicated in Johnson's proclamation on amnesty of May 1965. The radical Republicans, led by Thaddeus Stevens in the House of Representatives and Charles Sumner in the Senate, attempted to hinder Lincoln's plan and to severely punish the South for rebelling against the Union. To accomplish these ends, the radicals attempted to incorporate a 13th Amendment with 2 sections to the Constitution to prevent former slaveholders from receiving compensation for their confiscated human property. However, through the influence of Lincoln in the Congress, this amendment was replaced by a 13th Amendment with 20 sections, which was passed by both houses of Congress and signed by Lincoln on February the 1st, 1865. But following the presidential assassination, there arose amongst the radical Republicans a great conspiracy to continue their vendetta against the South by treacherously and illegally recalling the 13th Amendment with 2 sections and forcing its ratification by the northern and western states. The southern states have never ratified it. In addition, by manipulating the former bondsmen of the nation, both the educated, such as Frederick Douglass, as well as the uneducated, these radicals devised the 14th and 15th Amendments in an attempt to cover up their plot. The 14th Amendment in particular denies the right of compensation for confiscated property as guaranteed in the 5th Amendment, which has never been repealed or modified in any way. This same 14th Amendment attempts to make citizens of people, so-called Negroes, who have not been educated to the true facts of their heritage and who have never legally proclaimed their true free ancestral names, race, nationality, and religion, as is required of all foreign immigrants to this country under the provision of the laws of naturalization. When the so-called Southern whites resisted the enforcement of the 13th Amendment with 2 sections, 14th and 15th Amendments, via the Civil Rights Act of 1875, the issue was taken to the Supreme Court in 1883. Rendering the majority opinion, Justice Bradley clearly ruled that the amendments had no power to guarantee the rights of so-called Negro rights, which Chief Justice Taney has said in the Dred Scott case, no white man is bound to respect. Yet due to their brainwashed level of thinking, The so-called black folks continued to believe that they were citizens under the 14th Amendment. This misconception has persisted to this very day, and as a result of pacifiers such as the 1954 Supreme Court integration decision, the first man to legally move to resurrect the 13th Amendment with 20 sections and the executive will of Lincoln for their eventual enforcement in the federal government was Grand Sheik Richardson Dingle Eel. Born in South Carolina in 1910, he was the first so-called Afro-American to throw off the shackles of Negroism by being the first man to register with the federal government as a descendant of Moroccans born in America. With the approval of General Hersey's, London, Schwartz, and others of National Headquarters Selective Service System, he established a system known as the Moorish National Bureau of Vital Statistics, under which all people must register with the federal government. According to his example, all citizens must thereby declare their true nationality, race, religion, and national origin exactly as foreign immigrants are so required. See National Archives file number 5-39, record group number 147. The only permanent solution to the race problem in America is the complete implementation of Lincoln's executive will and the 13th Amendment with its 20 sections, the essence of which can be summarized as follows. Compensation. The compensation of descendants of slave holders for their confiscated human property, okay, a sum presently totaling $229 billion, as well as the compensation of the Moors for their service rendered during the decades of service. Naturalization. The registration of all Moors into the Moorish National Bureau of Vital Statistics, through which they can return their European names and all vestiges of Negroism to the European people, legally proclaim their true free national names, race, nationality, and religion, and be officially declared citizens of the United States by the federal government. Colonization. The colonization of Moors on their own land between the Allegheny and Rocky Mountains, which Lincoln called the Egypt of the West. The nation is presently 109 years late in eradicating this Negro that has been properly described as a beast. This same beast has threatened the well-being of mankind for hundreds of years by determination to disobey divine law. See Charles Carroll, The Negro a Beast, or In the Image of God, published in the 1900s. To rid the world of this menace for perpetuity, Grand Sheik Richardson Dingle Eel is the man of the hour. He has struggled for years to raise his people from the gutter level of mentality according to the law, but his efforts have been consistently hindered by such organizations as the NAACP, SLIC, CORE, and SNCC, etc., as well as the various confused elements of the Moorish Science Temple of America, all of whom are totally ignorant of the law despite his continuing endeavors to educate their leaders who are reluctant to learn. We are aware that Frederick Douglass sold out his own people by denying the Lincoln Reconstruction Plan President Andrew Johnson offered to free slaves in February of 1866. We are also well aware that the members of the so-called Black Caucus who were trying to impeach President Nixon as members of the House Judiciary Committee had no legal right to be a part of those proceedings because they are not citizens of the United States. Under the Constitution, they are confiscated human property for which no compensation has been paid. Now, that validates what we teach under our leadership of our National Grand Sheik, Joe Braden Bay. I need that to sink in. Do you see what it says next? It is adjudicated on the 29th day of September 1976 that the fine of guilt previously made on August the 2nd, 1976 is hereby stricken from the record. Brother was put on probation. I'm just gonna leave it right there for you to see it. Wait, maybe you can't see it. The only federally mandated case that validates everything we teach. And we use this in all of our removals. And since I'm on the subject of removal, here's our civil and criminal procedure from our court, the highest court in the land. Take it or leave it, common law court. See what it says? This court has territorial jurisdiction over the continental Americas. Now, if you clearly are a Moorish American and you claiming that the European don't have no jurisdiction, why are you standing in his court and why aren't you in yours? This court has territorial jurisdiction over the continental Americas, North, South, and Central, and the surrounding islands. Now, as a Moorish American, look what we get to do. A citizen subject to the Moorish American National Republic state within the several states of the United States for America is eligible to remove any case, whether civil or criminal, to this court. Hello? Why are you standing in the European courts yelling? I'm gonna just leave it right there for you. I'm gonna just leave it right there for you. I'm done. Let me get it. Let me see who in here. Okay, some of y'all still hanging. Hold on. Okay, now y'all can unmute.
Do we get a copy of this recording?
I'm sending it everywhere. That's the surprise.
Appreciate it.
I'm putting it on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter. It's going everywhere. We sending it to the sovereign citizen movements. I'm sending it to all these Moorish paradigms. I want Sheikh Roy Bey to put it in every Moorish hand in New York. And tell them, come at me. But when you come, I want you to refute what I just demonstrated. Not by talking, come with it. Let me see your demonstration. You're gonna leave our National Grand Sheikh Joel Bratton Bey alone. Because if you think what you just saw and heard is something, come at me and watch what happens. I'm down for the challenge. I'm gonna be on y'all backside.
Islam Grand Sheikh, another great demonstration.
Praise be to Allah. So I thank y'all. I thank y'all for hanging in here, boy. How long did this go? I started at 6:30.
Islam to that, Deputy Sheikh. Islam.
Everybody's email address that I got, you're gonna get a copy of this. Probably by tomorrow, because it's gotta convert and do some things. But I'm sending it everywhere. I want it everywhere. Put it on your Facebook page, Twitter, YouTube. Send it to your friends, your family. We finna get the party started. But it's time now that we go on the offensive.
Indeed.
Yes, sir. Yes.
So you ain't got
So-
to ask me, well, can I send it over here? I'm sending it to you. Put it everywhere.
Total agreement to that, Deputy Sheik.
Yes, indeed. Praise be to Allah. So we thank y'all. Man, hopefully we got a lot out of that.
Islam.
Let me stop the recording. It ain't gonna stop me from talking, but it will stop the recording.